Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Ready? Okay. Do I have a motion to exit executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel and legal matters where no votes were taken?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to exit executive session. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please answer aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz,
Aye.
Board Member Anderson,
Aye.
Board Member Herndon,
Aye.
Board Member Ariere.
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. We will now call this pre-work session to order at 1:25 p.m. Thank you for joining us today for our Board of Education pre-work session. Our board meeting cadence allows board members to prepare for upcoming regular meetings to pre-work sessions. These sessions are typically more casual and are primarily for information gathering. No formal votes will be taken. The chair appoints counsel from Wilson, Morton & Downs as parliamentarian for this meeting to advise on parliamentary procedure as needed. Before we begin our business, I invite Mr. James Brown, Director of Safety and Security, to share the safety briefing.
Good afternoon. Before we begin, I will conduct a brief safety orientation. Safety is our top priority. CSD follows standard response protocol. If a response protocol is announced by staff or over the PA, please respond to the following. If we must hold, we will remain in this room, continue business, but the doors will be closed to keep the hallways clear for the staff or emergency responders. If we must secure, due to a possible threat outside the building, we will continue our meeting, but no one is permitted to enter or leave the building. If we must lock down, due to a threat inside the building, we will move away from doors and windows, turn off the lights, and remain silent. Follow additional direction from security staff. If we must evacuate, leave your things behind and proceed out the exit. To my right, your left. If the exit is not available, an emergency exit is through the doors behind. If we must shelter due to severe weather, follow staff directions to a safe zone downstairs. Please keep the aisles and doorways clear. And if you see something that concerns you, say something to security or another district staff member. Thank you for helping us maintain.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Board, our first agenda item is the review of the GSBA delegation packet.
That's me? All right. Thank you. I'll be representing us at the Delegate Assembly in Savannah on June 9th at 3 p.m. The agenda is over to your left, and I wanted to, if you could take a second and turn to page 7. These are the issues on which we will be voting. I want to bring attention to 2 that kind of caught my eye, and then if there are any others you want to discuss or share feedback, I will say, based on the email I sent and the feedback I got, the one new order of business can actually be found on page 7, return to work. This is a proposal by GSBA to revise Georgia code to establish that TRS, that's the Teachers Retirement System, defines eligibility for retired teachers by eliminating the restrictions that determines areas of need as defined by the relevant RESA and allow districts to define a specific area of need based on their local market conditions. So currently, there's an exception that says if a teacher is fully retired and receiving TRS, you can rehire them if it's an area of need, and then the state defines this need. This is a push to the state to allow each of the areas to define their own area of need. So, for example, if the Bibb County area has a need for science teachers, and that's not necessarily DeKalb's need, we maybe need French teachers, as two total hypotheticals. This would allow those to be retired for the purposes of TRS. Personally, I don't find this to be terribly controversial, but it is a new item of the business, so I wanted to see if anyone had any thoughts or any opposition to supporting Chatham County on this issue.
No, I mean, I think it's a good idea. I, in fact, frankly, didn't realize that that wasn't something we already could do, so we really should be able to do that.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think there was legislation, I believe, passed that does help school systems determine, because right now it was established by the RESA, and so.
Is this something that we're eligible, or that we're constrained by, or is this something that we can waive as a part of our charter? Right.
We're charter, and there was additional legislation that helps us to do that.
Got it. So in general, though, even though this may not apply to us specifically, I think we would support our fellow districts in trying to make that flexibility.
I do, but I do have a few questions. So it sounds good. Obviously, I think we know there seems to at least be a dearth of teachers. At the same time, I guess I would want to know more about how anyone has established the kind of long-term durability of TRS by doing this. I mean, I'm guessing you're not going to have thousands upon thousands of teachers who are collecting their pensions, but it still seems like it might be something that should at least be acknowledged. So, like, what are the 5-year projections to make sure that doing this sustains TRS or allows TRS to function the way it does? Because otherwise, and I say this as a teacher with 30 years, I love the fact that I'll be getting a pension, but I also want to know it's going to be around for another 10 years, and I certainly want to make sure that we're paying attention to those newer teachers who more than likely are going into education with the hope that they can collect that pension. Did I make that clear?
Sort of. I mean,
So I support it.
Yeah.
But with a better understanding of what the projections look like 5 and 10 years out, so that this is not a short-term fix to staffing classrooms that ends up becoming a problem later on when TRS may, and I have no idea, may not be as sustainable as more teachers retire and then possibly go back in to collect their pension while still earning. So the reality is that when the pension system was created, it was like 1940 something. We did not have the same number of certified staff that we currently have working. And so the more people that are collecting the pension, right, just want to make sure that we're not taking from one area over here to answer a short-term need right now in the classroom, that there's an additional way to help staff classrooms.
In effect, what is the threshold of retired teachers that can be hired out of TRS before TRS starts to become unstable? And what are the plans or?
Yeah, been relevant, and then what is the threshold? Thank you.
well, in theory, the district or the RESA would have to prove that they literally can't hire teachers in a particular area. So they were retired teachers who are already receiving TRS who would go back to work. And the way the current law is written, they don't continue to pay into TRS. They don't continue to gain additional benefits. It would be elimination of a new staff person who would be paying into TRS to create sustainability moving forward. But the alternative would be to leave it unfilled, right?
No, I mean, and again, maybe I'm wandering too far in the weeds here, but just knowing a little bit more about what's being supported. So right now, a teacher could retire, get their pension, go work somewhere else. So go back to the school districts you're citing, you know, there are multiple ways to try to staff classrooms, pay teachers a lot more. So while this sounds like a good answer to a problem, and probably in areas where you may not have a lot of people moving into the area, and I don't think our state is doing what, you know, Vermont did or West Virginia did. Hey, take $10,000 and come move here. So again, it does sound like a possibly good idea. I just want to know a little bit more about the long-term impacts.
So if you just take it to its like furthest point, if all of the teachers employed by a system are retired teachers and there are no new teachers actually paying into TRS, then by definition, TRS is no longer sustainable for that system. And so is that aware? I mean, what are people looking at? What are the other things that we're doing to ensure that we have a pipeline for new teachers? All of those things. That makes sense. This is a standard pension question.
Yes, then I would want to bring the board's attention to SB, what already has been passed, where you do strike through that classroom area of high need is determined by the RESA, has been struck from the language. The public school systems is assigned, that has been struck from the language, and provided that at least 1 year has expired from the effective date of such beneficiary's retirement, and he or she was not restored to service as a teacher pursuant to Code Section 47-3-127 during such a period, or a beneficiary that has obtained 30 years of credible service in this retirement system in a full-time capacity as a certified teacher or pre-K kindergarten through 12th grade, who has as his or her primary responsibility the academic instruction and support of the students in the area of math, special ed, special education, science, CTAE, writing, reading, or English language arts, provided that such beneficiary is the area of reading, writing, or English language arts holds a current dyslexia or reading endorsement approved by the Professional Standards Commission, provided that at least 1 year has expired from the effective date of such beneficiary retirement, and he or she was not restored to service as a teacher pursuant to Code 47-3-127 during such period of time. So as I said, Senate Bill 150 actually allows for this now. That is something that was signed into law. We look at the date. It was signed into law probably before this delegate packet was, or after this delegate packet was approved.
Got it.
Because it was signed into law, I believe, on May 8th, but let me confirm, May 8th? Yes, that was the date. And it'd be effective July 1st. So yes, so that is what the law states now. More than likely, this was probably created before that law was signed.
Okay. I find the language in 1C4 to be confusing, kind of like literally if someone asked me to vote for that, I would have no idea what it's talking about. That's on page 8 of your packet. It's the dual enrollment cap on credit hours. I don't even know if that language means it is capping credit hours or it's not capping credit hours. They oppose legislation that includes counting credit hours in any cap.
So I think, let me offer how I read it,
Okay.
and then we probably should get some clarity. The technical college certificate is different than, going to Georgia State for a, and so basically if you are pursuing a vocational form of education, that those hours do not count to a potential cap that you might have on other dual enrollment classes for college credit, for example, right? So if I'm allowed 10 hours at Georgia State, for example, if I'm allowed 10 hours of dual enrollment and I want to do 10 hours at Georgia State, but I also do a couple of hours at an electronic, like as an electrician or something, that those hours that I'm taking towards that vocational credit should not count against the hours that I might want to take at Georgia State. That is how I read it. If that is incorrect. And I actually think that makes a lot of sense, if that is in fact what it's saying.
That is. So,
I think that, the question I have is, well, why would anyone want to cap it? And I'm guessing, and I may be completely wrong here, is one, that you've got students out of the school building, and two, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Wishman, you could correct me, right now the state of Georgia effectively pays the dual enrollment.
but not, so there is a cap. So that's
Right.
that's the thing. So at one point in time, you could take as many hours as you wanted. But I will say that another bill that was signed, which was House Bill 1302, which is the Education and Workforce Strategy Act, specifically speaks to the repeal of the sunset date for dual enrollment students to access Hope Scholarship funds, making the provision permanent.
Okay.
And so that's a move in the right direction. Additionally, House Bill 1009, the cell phone bill, also speaks to dual enrollment as well. So when dual enrollment is obviously part of a larger workforce strategy for the state of Georgia. So they are constantly, I would say, enriching the program, but at the same time ensuring that they can fiscally pay for it and it's sustainable.
That's helpful. You supported that, I think, and then everything else with the renewal, we voted for in the past. Up your eye, you just wanted me to be aware of before I sat in the assembly meeting on June 3rd. June 9th, apologize.
Some clarification about virtual meetings. It's on the page 7.
Yeah.
Is this saying that they're proposing that we're allowed to have virtual meetings kind of based on whenever we would kind of want to leave them in our calendar? I didn't understand kind of what that meant at agency discretion.
My quick Google suggested that agencies with statewide jurisdiction can currently hold a meeting by telephone conference.
Mm-hmm.
Boards are not allowed to hold meetings by telephone conference.
Mm-hmm.
This would allow them to do so. Or it's GSBA thing, we support expanding
Being able
that.
to do that.
That what applies to the rest of the government should apply to school boards.
So an example is State Board of Education is meeting in Savannah. And so if all members cannot be present, it's a statewide organization, the State Board of Education. If they all cannot be physically present, they will be able to phone in. But,
Based on whatever discretion.
and that is why that is listed as statewide jurisdiction, because they are coming from everywhere. So, and it's talking about, obviously, the open meeting act. So that's where.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask, maybe on page 15, 3B12, there's the multiple administrations of assessment. I guess I'd like to know why GSBA supports it. Encourages the Georgia Department of Education to allow school systems the flexibility to administer the Georgia milestones and the grade tests multiple times during the school year, in addition to the spring and retest opportunities.
Well, and I read that as saying that they can tie the milestones end of grade test to the point that the actual course is ended, right? So if you finish it in December, then you shouldn't have to wait until May to take your milestone. Like, go ahead, like allow them to take it in December or January, whatever they do.
Yeah, no, that it makes perfect sense. I think it's just because it's talking about multiple times and then retest opportunities. So I'd just be curious to know a little bit more about the rationale beyond the fact that you have block schedules that do exactly what you're saying, right? Some kid finishes an English or math test in December and then they have to wait until end of April.
Yeah.
That makes sense, but it seems like there's a lot more packaged in here than just timing the test with the end of the semester.
Why would you need to take a milestone in September, for example? That you're clearly not at any end of course in September.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just would like to know
Your
more about
mid-month
the other
exam.
circumstances informing this change beyond just writing that GSBA encourages the testing
Yeah,
to take
mid-month.
place sooner for when a student finishes the course, especially because that stuff like retest.
You do have mid-month, what's called mid-year, that mid-semester. That is also another type of multiple assessments inside of the state assessment system. So most times you think of milestones as just that one administration in May, but you have mid-month. You also have, obviously, like you said, if they're on what would be a 4x4, you're not going to wait until they get to the end. So I think it's just, I can't speak to why they have it there, but I just want you to know that mid-month is something that is also completed. So that's where the word multiple probably is there, but I would
Is
encourage.
mid-month and end of grade, that doesn't seem to, that is confusing, right? End of grade to me feels like at the point the coursework is done.
And then,
But mid-month is only really applicable to high school, it's not
But
applicable to.
but presumably this isn't talking about mid-month, it's really talking about administering the milestones end of grade.
Mhm.
I guess this is the question for clarification James is here to ask. It would be good to know. In general, I think flexibility is good.
Yep.
But having an understanding of that limits would be.
Mhm.
yeah, and I think for me, it's especially the understanding more of the retest. So, you know, I'm guessing if there was a testing and discretion that made it difficult for students to
Yeah.
test, but if we're really saying that those test results that, you know, each public school is
Yeah,
effectively evaluated by have multiple retests, and that seems like
But-
portable information.
and it also could be recovery. So depending upon in the high school, when that recovery takes place, it could be multiple things, so just ask. But I could see there are multiple administrations of what would be considered summative milestone, not necessarily end of grade, but could be end of course, so, not sure.
Cool. I have no further.
Okay.
Thank you, Board Member Herndon. The board is looking forward to our whole board governance training opportunity next week at the annual Summer Georgia School Boards Association Conference in Savannah. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next item.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Fulton. I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Litch, Chief of Staff, to facilitate our continued discussion of Policy AD, School Attendance Zones, and Policy LDAJ, Law Enforcement.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Fulton, Vice Chair Bud, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Smith, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. Policy portion of the pre-work agenda allows for board discussion and feedback on policies. While individual policies address different strategic accelerators, overall policy development contributes to strategic accelerator for organizational effectiveness and excellence. We have two policies on the agenda for pre-work today. AD, school attendance zones, and LDAJ. First is a draft of policy AD, school attendance zones, which was discussed in pre-work last month and the month before that. Today's version includes revisions based on that discussion. It is important to distinguish that this is an attendance zones policy and not a school closure policy. The revisions include K-12 was added to specify the schools to which attendance zones would apply. Enrollment in pre-K is optional and does not require attendance zones. The paragraph addressing superintendent authority to make attendance zone changes without board approval for newly annexed areas or residential developments was moved up in the policy per the request and was limited to less than 5 households. Safety and traffic patterns was moved to the list of primary criteria. SLTs in the city were included as parties that should be included in the community engagement process. Is there any feedback or discussion on the revised draft of this policy?
A quick question while we change the word shall to should in labeled, but the paragraph that says the superintendent shall develop a process for community engagement with school attendance zone decisions, which changed from shall to should include discussions with COTs.
Yeah, from a legal perspective, the shall creates a ministerial duty. I think I'm saying everything correctly, and so should was a recommendation for language there.
Can I ask a follow-up to that?
What, yes, please, Board Member Anderson, if you give me just a moment.
Sure.
What if it is the will of the board to create a ministerial duty? Like, what if it is our goal to create the duty to do this? Like should to me sounds optional as opposed to definitive. I just, like, if legal can clarify if should is a requirement as opposed to an option, I'm not going to get too anal about it, but to my just general English reading, it sounds like that's.
Yeah. Okay, I'll let them chime in. I know that oftentimes, like if we might say something like may, so I know should carry more weight than may, but I'll let legal chime in.
Yes, recommended that it be changed to should because ministerial well. So it does give you all more flexibility, protects you all in case not follow to the letter and legal liability necessarily follow. That was the recommendation, but in certain
I think, well, so this is binding the superintendent to a course of action, right? And I think it's the will of the board to ensure that the superintendent, at a minimum, conducts these steps. They're not optional steps, in other words. We want these steps to be followed, right? If what we want is to say that unless the superintendent receives alternate direction from the board, or if you want to soften it somehow to remove that liability, we can have that conversation. But I think that the reason why we wanted shall there was because we want SLP's communication with the city. Like in other words, if it says should, and the superintendent, I mean, you're not suggesting this is going to be the case, but if it says should, and the superintendent just decides not to do any of these things, they haven't violated the policy. And I feel like that's not really the intent of the policy. Other board members, board member Anderson?
Yeah, because I was going to start with will. I think because my first question was your question, Hans. I didn't think it should be optional. So I think that's the whole point of our being responsible with policy. And I thought the last time we talked about this, we recognized that, and someone correct me if I'm wrong here, you know, where we're having massive development so that things would be happening at warp speed that we haven't anticipated. So I like ensuring that we're doing this. I think it just helps everyone who lives in our city and wants to use CSD to understand the process involved. I did want to ask about one other thing, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but the first paragraph talks about attendance zones, but I don't see any criteria other than a residential address, and so I wondered if there needed to be some stipulation or context there. All it says is that the attendance zone will be established and maintained. And then the second sentence says it's determined by the student's residential address, but there's nothing effectively that explains what that means.
But I think that's the back. So for example, the first bulleted paragraph is going into detail on what is considered when establishing an attendance zone. Like in other words, all we're saying at the beginning is that they're gonna establish and maintain one, and that where a student goes is determined by their address, but then the rest of the text is saying, this is how to set an attendance zone, these are the people that you have to consult, this is the primary and secondary criteria. Like, I think it gets into all of the weeds.
Well, I think, and again, I'm sorry, I may just be misreading this, but I read this as if there was an attendance zone determined, and then it reads, by the time you get to what you're discussing, Hans, as these may be the factors that change that. So I totally understand what you're saying. It's just that there's no premise or context for it, and maybe I'm just misreading the order, and forgive me if it's clear to everyone else.
I think it's pretty clear.
Okay,
Right, yeah.
that's fine.
What does the rest of the board think vis-a-vis the shall versus should language in the, what, 1, 3, 4,
Or
5th paragraph?
or will, because that's,
Or will?
you said shall, should, or will. I want to give a,
Is there a legal definition difference between will and shall?
well, I want us to be,
Yeah.
you know,
Once you put shall in there, it must.
Yes, I think that's what we got.
Should would mean it'll be in there unless there's
Strongly
logistical reasons why it could. Shall means can't do it unless, correct? That's fair.
Okay, you gotta do it as shall, it's mandatory. It's an administrative mandatory thing.
Right.
If you put should, you're giving your superintendent, well, you ought to do this, but it's not absolute that you have.
To the board, how do you feel so I understand, okay, let's say, I can't think of a scenario, but let's say there's a scenario where you can't do all of these steps. The discretion to not do all of those steps rests with the board, not the superintendent. So if we are backing off shall, then the superintendent must do all of these steps unless, for whatever reason, the board.
Let me just back up and make sure I'm understanding it too. Says on an annual basis, the superintendent shall report to the board on the school utilization and capacity rates. Are we saying then that every year she has to do this?
Yes.
Yeah.
For the reporting school utilization and capacity rates, yeah.
Okay.
But if there's recommended
Being led by
changes to
a
it,
training facility?
that's only if there's recommended changes to school attendance zones. So right now, school attendance zones are in place. We would imagine that they continue to stay in place. If there is a need to change an attendance zone,
Okay.
then we would have to follow that process and make a recommendation.
Okay, that makes sense to me, because that's a big, I think to give the community assurance on how the process will be.
So, I guess again to the board, I think it's, well, one, two questions. Is it the will of the board that we are requiring these steps to be taken, which I believe, my personal belief is yes. And to accommodate the legal question is if for some reason there's not a way to perform one of these steps, but because we haven't provided any flexibility, we are now facing legal liability. If we are too flex on not following all of these steps, it is not at the superintendent's discretion, it is at the board's discretion to allow that flexibility. Would that accommodate the concern that you?
I just want to be absolutely clear when I'm reading this and rereading it, that the requirement of a community forum open to any by a training facility, that has to happen every single year?
No, that is if we are changing.
Because
Only if there's a need to alter school attendance zones. So up in paragraph 2, when we're talking about school attendance zones may need to be altered for a variety of reasons, including yada, yada, yada. Then we make those recommendations, this is how the board brings them forward.
but I guess I'm just looking at the sentence beforehand, which says on an annual basis, so that's where it's a little confusing.
So let's move the on an annual basis up into the top.
Okay.
All right, and so everything after that point is when we're talking about altering or changing a school
Yeah,
attendance zone.
that makes more sense.
Wait, where are you moving it to? Because it made sense to me where it was.
We want to be clear that these requirements that we're going to make possibly shall, including the community forum with a trained facilitator, only kicks in when we need to alter the attendance zone. That's the shall.
Yes.
I mean, I'm agnostic to where you put that sentence because
Just to,
because I think, I mean, you can move it, it's totally fine. I think that the other things at the top are just definitions or criteria as to what attendance zones are, so you can move that.
okay.
Well, I think the first paragraph, 2-sentence paragraph stays where it is. Then you add on an annual basis, the superintendent gives us a standardized report, and then you begin talking about when you have to make.
So I think to your question, Hans, though, about the requirement and yet the recognition of liability, does there need to be a sentence after these things will happen in the event that, I don't know what the legalese is, but, X can't happen, then the board must approve something, I think, because you were asking effectively, how do we make sure, right, that we don't write this into an inadvertent lawsuit?
Yeah, I'd like the legal team to propose language that binds the superintendent, but leaves the flexibility for the board. It could be as simple as saying the superintendent should develop a process, yada, 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 unless the board directs otherwise. That includes the following, but I'll let legal please make those recommended changes.
Because ministerial acts have to be followed by the letter of the law, which is why there's no liability protection. So, yep.
So I hear keep the word shall with the additional clause unless, which we will work on with legal.
Thank you.
We're gonna bring this back in.
All right. Yeah, I feel like we've been working on this for some months now. Great job. And so we'll make those additional tweaks and plan to bring it to first read in August. And though, of course, we can still make changes at that point as well. All right. Second is policy LDAJ, law enforcement. This is a new supports the Board of Education's commitment to a safe, respectful, and orderly environment for all students, staff, and visitors, regardless of immigration status or national origin. It addresses several areas. For enrollment, it specifies that enrollment cannot be denied based on immigration status, and that employees should not inquire into a student's citizenship or immigration status. For student data and privacy, it restates compliance with FERPA, the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. For access to non-public areas of district facilities, the policy indicates that federal immigration officials or local law enforcement agencies engaged in immigration enforcement operations will not be allowed to access students or be granted entry into non-public areas of district facilities without a valid judicial warrant. For training and compliance, it authorizes the superintendent to enact procedures and provide training to implement the policy. And finally, it specifies compliance with state law. Is there any feedback or discussion on the draft of this new policy as presented?
Okay, I have a question about non-public areas and how we interpret that, or what that means. Just like inside buildings, or, there are obviously parking lots are public areas, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so any of the, the definition of non-public areas in the school building or in a school site, I might need some help with that one.
Are you wanting that added to the policy, a definition?
It's in because the heading is the access to non-public areas of district facilities. So just understanding what's defined as non-public in a school facility.
So let's say an ICE truck pulls up and they set up a tent in the middle of our parking lot and are trying to screen kids as they walk through the parking lot. That it's a public area, but I don't think we love that idea. So are we able to speak to that?
Yeah, I had to think about that for a minute, because typically the parking lots are open, right, lobbies are open, there, so maybe that's the distinction, whether there's need to be there. I have to do that process.
I think we would prefer to not have engaged law enforcement actions that haven't received some form of approval through the judge in the district happening even in our public area.
Agree. I'll have to look at that.
Okay.
I don't know how, I'm not quite sure I can speak right now.
Sure. But I mean, yeah, that's the point. Yeah.
And I think helping define what the public and non-public and, what's allowed will help reassure families. But overall, I'm really happy to see that we're bringing this policy forward. I like the part about, ensuring students can attend school, also ensuring that a warrant may be issued has to be a judicial warrant and not an administrative warrant that complies with the Constitution.
And I know that we have policies and procedures, we haven't spelled it out, regulations and procedures. We haven't spelled out in this policy that cover, if a employee at a school is presented with a judicial warrant, they are to direct that individual to central office where that gets managed and then responded to. I'm wondering, just to provide protection for the employees, whether that specific detail we call out in policy as well, right? That it's not just a regulation, but at a policy level, any employee that is presented a judicial warrant should go through central office where it will be appropriately, I don't know what the legal term is, but vetted, yeah.
Our protocols, yeah.
So we do say at the end of that paragraph we were just discussing, the employee should follow the protocol for responding to law enforcement warrants. It doesn't specifically state, but you would want the language about what the protocol currently is.
I feel like it gives the employee a little bit more cover when it's in our policy that we're saying, we're not expecting you to be the person on the point to respond respond to a judicial warrant. This goes back to central. And I think it just,
So pulling out the actions of what the procedure are and making them explicit in the policy.
yeah, I mean, yes, I think we would be welcoming, I think we would welcome seeing some language around that. And I don't know, having not read what the policy, or I'm sorry, the procedure is, I can't say, but like, in this policy, it should be very clear that if a security officer at DHS is presented a judicial warrant from a pack of police operatives, they're covered under policy to redirect those individuals to central office with them.
That's great.
Great, so I will get with, I'm jotting that down, and I'll have a conversation with legal so we can just make sure we do the research and let you know kind of what we find.
Okay.
So we're gonna,
Right, so, sounds like though with like maybe a couple of adjustments, but move this to work session for first read in August.
With those changes, yes.
Yeah. You can still adjust it.
And we can still always make adjustments if it's not quite perfect. Yep.
mhm.
All right. Great,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Lynch. To summarize our discussion, policy AD will be brought to first read in August. Policy LDAJ will be brought to first read in August. There being no further business, pre-work is adjourned at 2:05, thank you, PM. We'll return for work session at 2:15. Everybody ready?
Yep.
We will now call this work session to order at 2:15 PM. Thank you for joining us today for our monthly work session. Work sessions are designed for in-depth discussion, study, and planning regarding district policies, issues, and upcoming decisions. Many items presented at a work session inform future board meeting agenda items, including the consent agenda. For members, we have 3 presentations and 5 policies to discuss. Also, there is a regulation to be provided for information. Please hold questions until the presenter concludes their portion of the presentation. The chair appoints counsel from Wilson, Morton, and Downs as parliamentarian for this meeting to advise on parliamentary procedure as needed. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the first presentation.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. I would like to call on Mrs. Jennifer Burton, Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, and Mr. Jarvis Adams, Chief Operations Officer, to provide an update on arts and athletics.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Smith, and Superintendent Dr. Gina Whitaker. I am pleased to present alongside Mr. Adams on the state of arts and athletics. Our presentation aligns with Strategic Accelerator 2, Building and Sustaining an Inclusive Environment. I'm thrilled to highlight the success of our recent K-12 art exhibition at the Solarium. This spectacular 3-day event showcased an incredible array of student masterpieces, ranging from traditional paintings and sculptures to photography and media arts. Our talented visual arts team, alongside our brilliant students, truly created a breathtaking experience for everyone who attended. We hosted hundreds of visitors each evening, including families, staff, and local residents. I want to extend our deepest gratitude to all the CSD students, families, and community members who showed up to support the arts. A special thank you goes out to our wonderful sponsors who made this possible: the Decatur Education Foundation, the Decatur Arts Alliance, and the Solarium. We also celebrated our inaugural upper elementary and middle school joint chorus concert this year. Approximately 300 students, pictured here, from Beacon Hill Middle School, Fifth Avenue Upper Elementary, and Talley Street Upper Elementary joined forces to deliver an unforgettable performance at First Baptist Church of Decatur. Our music program has achieved a phenomenal milestone that reflects the dedication of our educators and the talent of our students. CSD has officially been named one of the best communities for music education for the 5th consecutive year. This national award recognizes school districts for their outstanding leadership in advancing music education and ensuring equitable access for all students. Cindy Clark, our fine arts lead, has been instrumental in CSD receiving this recognition. Our students absolutely swept the Georgia Music Educators Association Annual Large Group Performance Evaluation, or LGP. I'm proud to report that every single band, choir, and orchestra at both Beacon Hill Middle School and Decatur High received the highest possible honor, a superior rating. And additionally, the Decatur High School Marching Band finished its competitive season this year with a huge grand champion victory at the White Columns Invitational Marching Band competition. More to celebrate. Moving from the concert stage to the theater stage, Decatur High School made waves at this year's Schuler Award, Georgia High School equivalent of the Tony Awards. DHS brought home the incredible honor of Best Featured Performer. We also want to recognize our incredible slate of nominees and semifinalists who represented DHS on this state stage. Overall production semifinalists, the entire cast and crew for Best Musical, nominee for Best Leading Male Performer, semifinalist for Best Leading Female Performer, nominee for Best Costume, nominee for Best Lighting Design, nominees for Best Scenic Design, and nominees for Best Music Direction. We also earned honorable mentions for Best Direction, Best Sound, and Best Supporting Performer. And finally, we had 2 students who were selected to perform live at the televised awards gala as part of the Schuler Ensemble. New to the performing arts last year was the Beacon Hill Middle School extracurricular steel drum band, which is continuing to grow and perform, expanding to an impressive 6 concerts this year and growing its roster to 20 talented members. Decatur High School also debuted the Decatur High School Symphony Orchestra, a combination of its top band and top orchestra. In their very first year at the LGPE, the Decatur High School Symphony Orchestra not only earned a superior rating, but also a perfect score from all 4 judges. This is an exceptionally rare feat for any group, let alone a first-year symphony orchestra. We congratulate these musicians and their directors on making school. Finally, we are deepening our world-class partnerships. This year, every single second grader in CSD participated in a pre-theater workshop with an Alliance Theater teaching artist. Our linked classes completed dramaturgy units that culminated in show boards displayed at the new Gazetta stage, where all second graders experienced a live professional performance. Looking ahead, we are expanding this partnership to our youngest learners. Next year, we will focus on our 3- and 4-year-olds through a partnership with Georgia State and the Alliance Theater. This includes Wolf Trap Baby Arts Play, a 12-session program for our 3- and 4-year-olds at Fraser and College Heights, and field trips for College Heights pre-K students that specifically investigate the powerful impact of the arts on early literacy. And next, Mr. Adams will give an update on athletics.
Thank you, Mrs. Burton. That is some great accomplishments from Decatur Arts. Tonight, we would also like to highlight continued growth and impact of athletics across city schools of Decatur. At Decatur High School, 942 students, nearly half of the student body participated in athletics this year. At Beacon Hill Middle School, approximately 350 students participated across 14 teams in multiple sports programs. These participation numbers reflect more than competition. Athletics continues to support student engagement, leadership development, wellness, teamwork, and school connectedness. For many students, athletics provides another pathway for belonging, accountability, and personal growth within the school community. This year, Decatur student athletes continue to compete successfully at high levels at GHSA competitions while representing the district with excellence both on and off the field. Highlights include 20 GHSA state playoff qualifiers, 2 individual state championships, 5 regional area championships, 25 student athletes continuing their athletic careers at the collegiate level on scholarship. We also want to recognize the leadership of our coaching staff and athletic department for continuing to build programs that emphasize both competitive excellence and strong character. One of the strengths of Decatur athletics is the leadership and service our student athletes demonstrate beyond competition. Through mentorship opportunities, leadership workshops, elementary school engagement activities, and community partnerships, represent this district in meaningful ways. Programs such as the Student Athlete Leadership Team and the Senior ESPY Awards help reinforce the values of leadership, resilience, sportsmanship, and community involvement that extend far beyond athletics. As participation in athletics continues to grow, the district is also experiencing increasing demands related to practice space, training space, storage, scheduling, and competition facilities. Currently, many athletic programs operate with heavily shared spaces that must also support physical education classes, art programming, school activities, and community partnerships. As a result, practice schedules often extend early in the morning to late in the evening hours in order to accommodate student participation needs. The district has been extremely fortunate to maintain strong partnerships with the City of Decatur and community partners who help provide access to spaces such as Legacy Park, McCoy Park, and Decatur Tennis Center. Those partnerships have been critical to sustaining and growing athletic opportunities for our students. At the same time, many comparable GHSA districts have similar facilities located directly on their campuses. While City Schools of Decatur must coordinate transportation, scheduling, staffing, and operational logistics to move student athletes between multiple locations throughout the day and the evening. Beginning next year, Decatur High School will compete at Georgia High School Sports A classification, where the physical demands, speed, and intensity of athletics increase significantly across many sports. As participation and competition levels continue to grow, long-term planning around training environments, recovery spaces, and athletic infrastructure remain important to support student safety, wellness, and competitive readiness at that level. Future planning discussions will continue to focus on evaluating auxiliary gym space, middle school activity improvements, turf life cycle replacement, and long-term shared use facilities district-wide. Our ultimate goal is to create athletic environments and opportunities that reflect the excellence, passion, and potential of City Schools of Decatur students. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the update of the state of arts and athletics within the City Schools of Decatur. At this time, Mrs. Burton and I are available to answer any questions, and we welcome any board discussion.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Really impressive numbers and accomplishments, and kudos to all of the students and staff and parents and everyone that helped out there. Do we have a similar breakdown of the arts? So for high school, we see almost a half of our students are participating in a sport. And, you know, I saw like 94 performed here, 300 in the chorus. If we don't, could we get that? And I know there's overlap, you know, someone can play the violin and run track, but it'd be nice to kind of just see exactly what percentage of our students are doing something in the arts or athletics.
Sure, we'd be happy to pull that.
Second thing, 6A, so the regions are typically determined by population, right? So I believe this year was the largest senior class, correct me if I'm wrong, and we've looked at lots of enrollment data. So how often do the regions change, and do they change as quickly as the population might? So you've got your biggest group competing in 6A next year and the following year, but the population doesn't align. So how does that work?
So regions and classifications are two different things. So region is your area of school that you will compete against. Your classification is the level. So the larger the school, the higher the classification. So this year we're 5A. We increased to 6A school, and that is done every 2 years.
Okay, so it'll be
Georgia High School
no matter
sports,
what.
yeah, every 2 years, no matter what. They look at those numbers, they take the student body, and they make decisions from there.
And that population data would have been last year's or the year, because obviously there's a little bit of a lag. So we will be 6A for 26, 27, and 27, 28. What population numbers informed the 6A? Was it from 24, 25, or 25, 26?
It should have been this October's, this school year, October FTE count.
That's third question.
Yeah.
So, I guess my understanding is we're effectively space deprived, right? Compared to, and especially when you start looking at 6A, I think athletics and arts. So what are we doing in the short term? So we have student athletes and student artists and student thespians now, and even next year, while waiting for any other facility to be built. So like, I hear Legacy Park, that's great. I hear McCoy Park, great. Are there other partnerships that open up? Or are we simply looking at the building of a new to accommodate the number of students we're participating in the possible encouragement of more?
Loaded.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I want to know, what are we going to do next year and the year
Let me see if
after?
I can tell you.
Okay.
So one, when it comes to facilities, one is just practicing space to accommodate practice. And so the city of Decatur, Parks and Rec, and surrounding. So you have, I cannot think of the pool right now that we use for swim, but you have a lot of really good partnerships that open the doors to the city of Decatur. And that is not all uncommon to 6A. Very few schools have pools and golf courses. Most schools do have tennis courts, but schools do utilize tennis courts. So we have to continue and foster those relationships for practice availability. As far as maintaining the spaces we have now, I think the board knows that we took a look at the turf, make sure that it was safe for play. And so we're going to make an investment next summer. We don't need to make it this summer. We're going to recondition our basketball court over at the high school. We do it over the fall break. At Beacon Hill, we do it over this summer. So we're going to do some of the normal maintenance to make sure our facilities are up to par and above standard. But then the capital planning, that is a part of it that we have to look at. Now, one of the dilemmas we have, Decatur sits on about 18 acres of land. So earlier, Board Member Anderson, you mentioned other 6A schools. They're sitting over 35 acres. So their infrastructure supports different because you have space. We have limited space, and we do have to get creative. And part of our capital plan is that auxiliary gym and our fine arts expansion, which is desperately needed. And so as we plan that we can only move it at the speed that we can move, and each cohort will be impacted by the speed at which we move on that. Yep.
The follow-up question to that is when you talk about scheduling strain and late night practices, which teams are the most heavily impacted? Would you
So
say?
it's athletics and arts. So you have the basketball team coming in 5:30, 6 o'clock some morning. And then you have, like I know I mention all the time, winter guard. I'm a girl dad, like leaving here at 10 o'clock in the evening. That's the reality of a high school to have morning and late practices. The fact that it's an extra version. Those coaches, we hear from coaches a lot. We were just going through a hiring process, and the person was like, I'm not going to be able to give up my assistant role to be a head and then come home. We just don't have the space. And so we can't do anything about that right now because we can only move at the speed we can move. But that's the reality when you start going into 6A or even 5A. All right, we have to, I use the word infrastructure, maybe I ran through it. Like the infrastructure of a 6A school looks different than what we have here. Not that we can address it, but it's a capital plan. It's not a this summer plan.
Yeah, I understand that. I think you kind of answered it. You know, I'm more curious about the access to facilities we have now, right? And I don't mean to speak out of turn, but, you know, Agnes Scott has a track over there. If the city has a basketball court or a gym, if another facility does, because to your point, you know, we've got some great athletes now. I'm not as well versed in the arts, but so while we're waiting for the building of something, I guess I was a little more curious, especially since we're going into a more competitive and half of the kids are competing in sports, you know, what we're doing to kind of fill that gap or meet that need while looking at that capital plan.
I think the athletic department, the athletic director, assistant athletic director, have been doing a good job fostering those relationships with the city and some of our other partners around here. And so you'll see Decatur students, Dr. School who coming up late, he can tell you, you'll see them all over. You'll see them at Agnes Scott, you'll see them in the community. You'll see them all over grabbing whatever practice space they can. But the city can't just give us a open door because they run a Parks and Rec as well. So that kind of limits, and you think about our 6A high school, they have that exclusive space, and then our students will come in with a very limited space. And what does that do when it comes to being competitively ready? So
I have another question about middle school, because we love that we have 49%, I think, students in athletics. It seems like a significant difference at Beacon Hill Middle School. It's just 26% students there. I know it just seems like the athletic opportunities are limited there, and I'm wondering if there are plans to expand teams or opportunities to be scale, because it seems like there's interest there, kids, to participate, but again, is it a space issue or staffing or?
So it's going to be both. So space and staffing. And our athletic department has met with the city Parks and Rec, see where we can fill some of those gaps. And even some of your rural towns with big 6A powerhouse programs, Gwinnett County, for example, they utilize their rec system in Cobb County. They have large schools. And so that's where you're going to have a lot of your middle school development, let's say soccer. Soccer is more than a one-season sport. That's a club kind of year-round sport. And so some of your top soccer players are going to play in clubs more than just the regular school season. So that's where that rec and club partnerships come into play.
Thank you.
I'd also like to point out the Oakhurst Park for softball and tennis courts. That's been a very good partnership. I practice a lot at the softball field, and I'm pretty sure they're doing an expansion or renovation. So in terms of softball, tennis, and those sports can be.
And are we busing kids there? Or are parents responsible for getting their kids there? I don't want to put, I agree, you have to think of some way to solve these problems before we can build space for them, but I don't want to put more barriers in place if parents either can't get off work to get their kids to athletics, or are we providing?
So Legacy Park, because of the distance, we do provide busing. Or a softball, Board Member Smith, you correct me if I'm wrong, you guys provide your own transportation, correct?
They have to get themselves there. Yeah, that's also,
So we have the infrastructure to provide. And we looked at that this year, but the need wasn't there for us to provide that transportation.
It's also something to bear in mind is, for a lot of high schoolers, athletics can be, we want to make them accessible. So if it's not only a financial burden, they have to pay for equipment, they have to pay for all these other things. If we're having to make it where they have to drive themselves to some other location, that's another hill to climb that we don't want to.
I think it goes a long way with the coaches and the athletic staff to hear the board talking about athletics, but they put a lot of their hours into these programs. So I'm telling you, that goes a long way with the coaches, teachers and coaches that sponsor the program.
Thank you. So we're thrilled to announce the partnership with the Alliance Theater Early Childhood Residency Program, which will bring drama and dance and puppetry and music into the early learning classrooms at both Fraser Center and College Heights. I want the board to know that this is rooted in the science of reading. These research-based arts integration strategies are proven to boost students' expressive and receptive language skills. This further solidifies the City Schools of Decatur dedication to its early learners. And also the Naked Mole Rat was a great show to see with our students. I had the opportunity to go with them. It was awesome.
Thank you, Mrs. Burton and Mr. Adams. I look forward to hearing how we can address the facility needs later in our board meeting and in the next facilities plan. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. I would like to call on Dr. Dwayne Spruill, principal of Decatur High School, to provide an update on college and career readiness. His presentation will feature 2 investments made by this board, a tool, which is Naviance, and a program, which is One Goal, to help students successfully plan for the transition into life.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, team board members, Student Representative Smith, Superintendent Dr. Jimmy Whitaker. Thank you for the opportunity to present a review of college and career readiness at Decatur High School 2025-26 school year. At the core of our district mission is the opportunity and student-centered growth. College and career readiness directly aligns with the strategic accelerators, specifically addressing student success in all areas. By focusing on the CSD student experience, we ensure our graduates are prepared for post-secondary success through direct, high-impact support. DHS is using the Naviance platform to provide comprehensive college, career, and life readiness framework. The platform helps counselors provide age-appropriate tools from elementary through high school, helping students build awareness, explore opportunities, and create meaningful post-secondary plans over time. As part of our intentional design and implementation rollout, the 2025-2026 school year started our first year of implementation of Naviance. Students in grades 9 through 11 were guided through Naviance's self-discovery portion, which laid the foundation for later phases of college applications, final post-secondary planning. By years 3 and 4 of implementation, we anticipate a much more robust and fully integrated use of Naviance across grade levels. In essence, Naviance is being rolled out in a comprehensive manner that supports students and families throughout the implementation process. Decatur High School counselors intentionally focused on supporting students by implementing the district-developed grade level scope and sequence, ensuring consistent Naviance delivery across grade levels while increasing student engagement in college and career readiness activities. Teachers were also trained on how to complete the reference letters via Naviance. We are excited to announce the Naviance Parents University on August 18, 2026. Our college and career readiness curriculum is scaffolded across all 4 years. While freshmen focus on personality and career interests, our seniors are deep in the activation phase, including college applications, the FAFSA, and the exit surveys. This ensures a continuous pipeline of preparation from the moment they enter Decatur High School. There are areas that are covered across multiple years of the platform, including course planning, resume builder, dual enrollment, and explore the military branches. This ensures that students' knowledge is reinforced across grade levels. Using Naviance completion reports, engagement data, and student outcome metrics, Counselors continuously adjust outreach efforts and support systems to increase participation, strengthen college, career, military, and scholarship readiness opportunities for all students. It is important to note that some post-secondary preparation activities for the 2025-26 senior class were still conducted outside of the Naviance platform during this transition year. However, DHS counselors made a valiant effort to ensure all students in the class of 2026 completed the post-secondary so they could be included in post-secondary planning and reporting measures in the future. The 2026-2027 school year will be the first year DHS seniors fully utilize Naviance throughout the complete college application and post-secondary planning process. Class of 2027 will begin using Naviance to complete college applications during the 26-27 school year. The college application data will become the first full data set entered for DHS and will later support features such as Naviance scattergrams for the classes of 2028 and beyond. Even during this transition year, we are already seeing strong outcomes across our broader DHS student body. This year's seniors achieved an average GPA 3.7, with 41% earning Hope scholarships, 37% earning Dale Miller scholarships. Combined, approximately 77% of the senior class has access to tuition-free education at institutions within the University System of Georgia or to a significant scholarship funding at a private college or university across the state. Through the Naviance platform, students can also explore scholarship opportunities, workforce pathways, military options, and post-secondary programs aligned with their strengths and interests. Currently, over 90% of the DHS graduates plan to attend a four-year college, a two-year college, or a technical institution. A core pillar of One Goal's quality enrollment framework, this research-backed approach shifts the focus from simply getting accepted into college to ensuring that students choose an institution where they'll actually persist and graduate. Quality enrollment framework includes an academic match as it relates to the student's profile, financial fit, which focuses on low debt options, personal fit, including location, campus culture, and program offerings, and finally, completion support that One Goal provides beyond high school. One Goal is a 2-year in-class model that provides wraparound support, including intensive advising, SAT prep, and hands-on financial assistance, led by Dr. Charlie McAdoo. A standout feature is the first year of post-secondary coaching, where students transition from DHS to a supported, dedicated One Goal coach who helps them persist through their first year of college. The first and second year college retention rate is about 70%. For students who return in their second year, over 85% will eventually graduate. We aren't just getting to college, we're getting them through college. What sets One Goal apart are real-world experiences such as college visits and student summits at campuses like Clayton State University, which in part demystifies the college experience. Dr. McAdoo leads college tours and frequently includes One Goal staff in classroom activities. To bridge the equity gap, we ensure financial barriers are removed via enrollment grant resources. Graduates are eligible for $750 per semester towards tuition and books, $500 towards flexible expenses such as housing or child care, and $400 direct allocation towards purchasing a college laptop. 2025-2026 cohort consists of 96 total students, including 41 juniors, 55 seniors, with an average GPA of 2.94. Our demographic breakdown reflects our mission to support students who are often underrepresented in post-secondary pathways, while also maximizing opportunities for students who desire to be part of the program. Our partnership with One Goal continues to grow exponentially. Since launching the program in 2024, we have served 175 Decatur High School students. Looking forward to this upcoming school year, we project that we'll continue to build adding the class of 2028, bringing our total to 98 participants for the 2026-2027 school year. A point of pride is that 94% of our students report feeling confident in their ability to succeed in post-secondary programming. Using our quality enrollment framework, One Goal guides students to the best fit schools based on academic match, financial fit, and completion support. For the class of 2026, 65% of students apply to at least one match or overmatch school, putting them in a position of strength. Class of 2025 can boast that 100% of those students who enter post-secondary education seamlessly in the fall of 2025 continue into the spring of 2026. A class of 2026 set an outstanding standard. They submitted 181 college applications. We hit an 80% FAFSA completion rate, and our target counselor has increased their understanding of the HOPE GPA to 64%, more than doubling last year's 30% for the class of 2025. 96% of DHS One Goal Class 2026 plan to enroll in a post-secondary program. One Goal Year 2 Fellow, Muhammad Atiq, is a finalist for the prestigious $20,000 Dell Scholarship and has already been awarded a 5-strong scholarship to Alabama State University. He is also the recipient of the prestigious Dr. Levi Watkins Scholarship, which provides him the opportunity to participate in Tennessee State University's accelerated medical and dental programs, allowing him to matriculate at the Meharry Medical College of Medicine. Congratulations, thank you. A rising cohort, the class of 2027, is already hitting exceptional early benchmarks. 97% have submitted their best fit list, 35% reached their quality enrollment bar, and 93% attest that advisory support has directly helped them. Additionally, we have achieved 100% FAFSA awareness. By establishing these foundational planning blocks early, we are effectively shifting long-term mindsets. 82% of our class of 2027 cohort already report feeling confident that they will be successful in their future post-secondary paths, giving us an incredibly strong baseline to build upon next year. Finally, we would like to welcome the class of 2026 as they make the transition to college. Our graduates have selected colleges near and far from Decatur. We have students staying as near as Georgia State University and Georgia Piedmont Technical College, progressing as far as the United States Naval Academy. These lessons learned during the time at DHS and in the One Goal program have provided students with the runway to move to the next level. Thank you, and I'm open to questions.
Question related to slide 9.
Okay.
You go back, that HOPE GPA understanding.
So, so many students, they, I'll give you an example of the way I explained it when I did dual enrollment with parents was, the student has a 2.0 the first 2 years of high school. In order to get to a 3.0, you're going to need a 4.0 the next 2 years of high school, right? So it's the reality of them being able to calculate their HOPE GPA and the difference in our weighted GPA and our unweighted GPA. Because the students have to understand HOPE GPA is based on their core academic courses plus their world language, not on electives. So it's Mr. McAdoo instructing them on what this actually means for your HOPE GPA, because it's going to be lower than more than likely, than your overall GPA.
Okay, so 30% of the students before didn't understand that difference, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Now that's
Yeah.
70% of the students
Yes.
didn't understand
Yeah.
it
Okay,
before.
that's right.
Right.
Yeah. They
Because
did
I would get many calls from parents, even with dual enrollment, of how my kid has a 3.2 at Decatur, but when
Right.
it's recalculated, it makes them a
for the
2.9.
scholarship.
Yeah.
Okay.
With One Goal, do you, and you may not know this off the top of it, how many of your graduates had more than one acceptance? Because I think some of that is critical to their success, is having multiple options, and not feeling like they're pigeonholed into
We
one.
can get that
one-
to you. Yeah,
one
we'll get
grade.
you that as well.
You know, they had a lot of those schools are phenomenal, but being able to choose between a Morehouse and a Tuskegee is a phenomenal place to be in, and also speaks to the success of your program.
So One Goal sounds, phenomenal, and I love seeing all the benchmarks of success, and it sounds like there's a lot of in-person experiences. So if we go to Naviance, it's an online platform, right? I use it. So I guess I'd like to understand a lot more of what we envision this doing, because, you know, to be frank, it's a really helpful way, this is my crude understanding, to simplify application processes. So you don't have to mail 20 applications now. That's great. I think they have scatter plots, so if someone wants to see how many students from this area, but, you know, ultimately, if it's just another thing that students have to, and parents possibly figure out on their own, what is the kind of in-person, possibly human, and maybe that kind of coaching element available for that type of college readiness?
Right. So we do this through Tools for Success, which you know, it's the first year of implementation, and what our counselors are responsible for is actually developing the lessons. for the developed lessons. We do include videos as a part of it to kind of ensure that students are getting the same message. We try to limit how much the teacher has to deliver versus how much is on video. And then there are activities that are student self-managed with teacher support to go through and complete. So that's kind of how it's designed in the lessons. And it's about, say, 5-ish lessons per year because we're doing other things also to success. But it's really to get them comfortable with it, also to do those career assessment surveys, kind of see what you're good at and also what you like.
Thank you. And then, you know, back to the HOPE GPA, because I didn't even understand it, and I've been teaching high school forever. So is that the understanding for the one goal students, or is that for all of the class of 2020?
So we do this HOPE GPA understand for everybody, but Mr. McAdoo really emphasizes it, and they actually, through one goal in their survey, actually ask students about it.
So then, I guess I'm just wondering, like, you know, I don't teach math, right? But I have a daughter who just finished 10th grade, and so to your point, you know, there's like, okay, you got a 2.0, how do you, so are there experiences in place so that a student gets to see how you calculate, because I think to your question, board member, and I think it's a lot of parents, if you haven't, you know, you look at your GPA, you assume, hey, they're taking AP, they're taking honors, they have whatever, and then you don't realize, well, HOPE does it differently. So there are opportunities for all.
Yeah, and tools for success. Yeah. So it's done there, and it's also done in the classroom.
Thank you.
Currently, because we got some feedback from parents about Nallians, I'm just wondering right now if the next group of students who are going to use it to apply for college, is the data in there accurate now? Because we heard concerns about it not being accurate.
So some of the challenge with data is the fact that the implementation cycle.
Right.
When students start, they start in March of this year, getting ready for senior year with the application. So when I met with Ms. Holt and Dr. Harris last year, we worked with the counselors to come up with a timeline. And the seniors that already, the rising seniors 2026 that already passed that point. So in order to implement it fully this year, we'd have to go backwards with that group of students.
But right now, the data is accurate.
Correct. Moving forward, it should be accurate because we start the fully implementation with class in 2027.
And then I'm just also wondering how, you know, counselors assist with those. You know, when I went to high school, we had really counselors help us, guide us through the process on the form. A lot of paper, a lot of these electronic systems. I'm just wondering, do students have access to really both? How many counselors do we have?
So we have, right. So
Yeah.
we have 5 counselors. Then we also have Dr. Kim Jones, who will be coming back to us from Decatur Virtual Academy. She'll be the 6th counselor, and she'll still work with those students and also assist with our.
For the entire, like, 12th grade class to help them.
That's for yes. So we have one counselor dedicated to freshmen, and the other 4 split the caseload equally amongst all the students in the school. Yes.
Okay, and that's just one piece of what you're doing.
Correct. Yes. So I'll give you an example. A parent came in and said they have an independent college counselor, and that's kind of where, to me, where Dr. McAdoo fills in as the one goal, but maybe students who don't have that resource, he's there for them. So he's really dragging them, kicking and screaming across the line to make sure they get it. We also have college nights where students come in and fill out, where community come and volunteer. You should come volunteer at school, help students through the process of FAFSA and college applications, recommendations. So we try to, we try to have that as a support system, and students can also schedule. Some counselors have individual meetings, some have small group meetings to get through the junior, senior conference.
One more question about one goal, since you brought that up
Yep.
too. How are students chosen for one goal?
Gotcha.
Wonderful.
So it's pretty much open to any student who wants to participate. If we ever get to a point where we can't, then we may have to go to a lottery system, that type of thing. But right now, if you're interested in one goal and your schedule fits, then we will.
Or is there a
provide
way
the
to also kind of target kids?
Oh, we definitely, yes, we do target kids.
Yeah.
So we look at GPA,
Yeah.
and that, in their range is listed there, but we kind of expand that beyond what the one goal. What they typically, what they ask us not to do is if a kid is 2 or more classes behind, the graduate credits behind, then they really need to catch up before we focus on that part. And get them to those. First goal always is to get them through high school.
But if a student at this point wanted to participate, it seems like you'd have to
so our recruitment process, it will invite students based on GPA to the library for a small group session. The first year we did a kind of free-for-all with everybody, as many kids as we can get, and it didn't work as well because once you get too many kids in a cafeteria, it doesn't work well. So we'll focus on, say, 50 to 75, get them in the library, have the conversation. And One Goal is also very supportive in coming out to the schools. They spend a lot of time in the classroom with Dr. McAdoo. And then, of course, that piece of tracking the students for that first year after high school.
Board Member Ariere, One Goal has a target population. That target population is first-generation college, as well as students who are participating in free and reduced lunch, students who identify as a person of color, and or academic record, which is what Dr. Sproul spoke of. So when you think about that untapped potential, and then you see, that's not the slide, but the one that talks about 74% seamless enrollment into fall of 2025, when you think that's the targeted population, and that 100% of them continued into the spring, that speaks to persistence. That speaks to the power of One Goal.
Thank you, Dr. Sproul. It was once again a highlight of graduation to see our students walk across the stage in their One Goal stools.
All right. Dr. Salton, I would like to call on Dr. Lonita Brune, Chief Financial Officer, to provide the board and the community with a 101, I should say, on new markets tax credit to support construction and development of the new Early Childhood Learning Center.
Good afternoon, Board Chair, Vice Chair, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Smith, and Dr. James. Today's presentation on new market tax credit falls under Strategic Accelerator number 4. As the board is aware, the Early Childhood Learning Center represents a significant investment in expanding high-quality early learning opportunities for our students and families. The district continues to explore innovative and fiscally responsible strategies to support the construction and long-term financial sustainability of this important project. Today's presentation will outline how the New Market Tax Credit Program may provide supplemental funding resources to reduce the overall financial impact of the project while advancing the district's commitment to educational excellence and community investment. At this time, I would like to introduce Dita Sis, founder of IBS Advisors, who will provide an overview of the district's proposed New Market Tax Credit financing opportunities in support of the development of the new Early Childhood Learning Center. Ms. Searcy has over 15 years in New Market Tax Credit and has closed over $200 million in New Market Tax Credit transactions. Thank you, Ms. Searcy, for joining us virtually. Please proceed. Our Sherman is Ms. Searcy, it's not on.
Okay.
Sherman, are you there?
Sherman Golden is here. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Is Vita on board?
I don't think they see her in the room, in the Zoom room.
Okay. Let me see where she is here.
If she came back. But Mr. Sherman, while you do that, if you could just kind of give an overview of what New Markets Tax Credit is, that would be great.
Sure. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sherman Golden. I'm an attorney in Atlanta. I've been practicing law in Atlanta for about 40 years. I'm a native Atlantan. I have been practicing in the new market tax credit space for about 15 years. I probably closed 40 to 50 of these transactions in that time frame. So the new market tax credit is a sellable credit that's made possible by Section 45 of the Internal Revenue Code. It's a business that just not on store tax credits or low-income housing tax credits. That's designed basically by the federal government to incentivize investment in areas.
Okay. Maybe it's raining. Go next.
Yeah.
Come back. We'll come back.
Okay.
So we'll come back to it next time. We'll move forward to the next presentation, and then we'll move forward to policy, and then if they're ready, if you can get them back on virtually, then we'll go back to it. Okay. So call on Amanda Lynch, sorry, Chief of Staff, to present 5 policies and provide one piece on regulation.
Good afternoon once again, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Oates, esteemed members of the Board, Student Representative Smith, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. Today, there are 5 policies on the work session agenda. Each of these are existing policies being brought with revisions in response to recent legislation. Therefore, they are being presented directly for first read today. If accepted, they will be available for public comment through assembly and will be added to the agenda of the regular board meeting in August for action. First is policy GARH, employee leave and absences. Revisions to this policy were needed to increase the number of personal days for staff from 3 to 5 in response to Senate Bill 148, and to include 120 hours of maternal birth leave as required by House Bill 1118. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy GARH, employee leave and absences, for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy GARH, employee leave and absences, for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy GARH, employee leave and absences, for first read. Is there any discussion?
I have a question.
Okay.
So, I think it was last year, I think a staff member reached out and wanted to know why, and assuming this was a correct read, CSD gave fewer. I think it's really hours that calculate to the days, and then you get the 100, whatever. So my question is, state has now increased that, but how do we compare to the other districts? So again, I feel like it was last year that we looked at this, and it, you know, by no means am I suggesting to anyone that we are below all school districts, but I want to understand more of how our number of days, fine, we're meeting the state suggestion, but are other districts increasing theirs? So how do we
We can get back to you on that. I mean, no, I don't.
That wouldn't change this policy.
It wouldn't change this policy. I mean, we earned 1 1/4, which is pretty standard across,
I think it was standard, but if I'm not mistaken, and I'm sorry to go from memory if I'm wrong, I think Marietta, gave a few hours more, like, I think you accrue hours, not days, but in any event, I just want to know how we compare to other districts.
We can follow up with that information for you. It's not going to impact what we need to do with the policy right now regarding the recent legislation that requires us to allow teachers to use up to, or staff to use up to 5 of those accrued days for personal days.
Any further discussion or questions?
I have one more, and maybe it's not in here, and I am sorry, but this has nothing to do with using for virtual versus face-to-face work. This is just use and someone working remotely versus someone attending, a facility. That would be a regulation or a school district.
Yeah, this is just around the leave and absences and the rate at which they require accrue leave and can use leave.
Okay, thank you. Since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Ariere?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
Ayes have it, and the motion is carried.
Next is policy GARHB. Just like GARH, this policy required updates in response to HB 1118 to include the 120 hours of maternal birth leave, because this addresses paid parental leave. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy GARHB, paid parental leave, for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy GARHB, paid parental leave, for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Ariere seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy GARHB, paid parental leave, for first read. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Ariere?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion is carried.
Third is policy JBC, school admissions. This existing policy required revisions to address timely enrollment for foster care students in response to Senate Bill 431 and expansion of age eligibility for enrollment in kindergarten in response to Senate Bill 589. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy JBC, school admissions, for first read.
I do have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy JBC, school admissions, for first read.
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of a motion to approve policy JBC, school admissions, for first read. Is there any discussion?
Any reason why it's in a font size too small for?
It's printed that way.
Okay. As long as online it's readable.
It
Okay,
is.
Thank you for your.
Any further discussion?
Is it the number 4 under age eligible? That's just a new state requirement?
It's the new state requirement, kind of known as like the redshirting law, right? So the idea that if you're newly enrolled for kindergarten and first grade previously, it was based entirely on birth dates.
Yeah.
Now, if you haven't been enrolled in a kindergarten program, for example, before, and your age typically that would place you in first grade, parents can opt to have their students placed.
No, state law, so.
Any further discussion? Since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Ariere?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 5 ayes and 0 noes and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion is carried.
Next are two policies requiring revisions to include ethnicity and religion as protected classes in response to Senate Bill 523. The first of these is policy JAA, Equal Educational Opportunities. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy JAA, Equal Educational Opportunities for first reading.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy JAA, Equal Educational Opportunities for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Earlier seconds the motion. Thank you. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy JAA, Equal Education Opportunities for first read. Discussion.
Remind me, I believe we talked about this previously, but self-identification of gender or sex is also included as covered under this one. That this does actually cover trans or any other.
Yeah, so the last time we looked at this was also under a different G policy as well, and I'm going to turn to legal to make sure that I say it correctly. But yes, the research that was conducted and shared was the idea that the protected classes were considered. But I'm going to turn to legal because that can be nuanced.
Yes, that's right.
So it is the perspective that this will fully cover a trans student or any included individual.
Currently, I like to see it.
Let's just include the phrase gender identification. If there's a question about it, let's be explicit. And this would apply for both this and GAAA.
I feel like the discussion was whether the term sex included that. I feel like that was if my memory serves me, did sex include gender identity, or did we have to parcel out the two, or should we not? I feel like that was maybe the question, if my memory serves me.
Right, yes. So in employment context, it is
But this is not employment, this is educational.
I just was answering your question.
I got it.
Okay.
I would move and seek support from the board for us to include explicitly gender identification as a protected class.
I agree.
I just want to point out that in GAAA, and we haven't checked that one yet, there is a reference. Gender identity already.
So could we just take that reference in GAAA and apply it to JAA?
Or should the wording should be consistent?
But it's consistently explicit.
Yeah.
That we can add that on the front of JAA.
Yeah. If I frankly just add all of the stuff that is included under 6 on GAAA into protected classes on JAA.
I don't think all of these will apply to students, like the military status, veteran status, this is a lot broader, but it's related to employment.
Well, yeah, and everything that would apply: citizenship, religion, sex, ethnicity, national origin, age, expression, genetic. Wait, hold on, I'm starting to skip around. Never mind. Yeah. Medical status, clearly. Sexual orientation and gender identity. Actually, probably marital status as well, frankly. I think it sounds like it's the will of the board to be explicit and expansive in terms of identifying the protected classes.
Yeah, I think case law is probably confusing there on whether sex includes gender identity or not. So if we can get away with adding gender identity, I think that would be the will of all of us.
So I might need some support as far as, because there's a recommendation on the table. And so what I'm going to say is maybe, and I don't want to step on your toes, but my recommendation would maybe be to, withdraw that or vote against that, and then we can make a motion to accept it with the revisions And so if you'll give me a couple of days to work with legal to get the language in place, then we'll make it available for public comment on assembly. Of course, we can continue to change before second read action, as we always can make edits between that time anyway, but we'll put it up with these revisions rather than accepting it as is right now, so that it can be out there as well.
Okay, let me get some guidance on this. So there is a motion on the floor. So legal, do I need to withdraw that motion, or should they vote it down because they want to make some edits?
If the mover of that motion will withdraw it,
I withdraw the motion.
Okay, everybody consent to that? Okay, so you'll bring that
I'm
back?
going to make a new recommendation. It's going to sound almost the same, but the recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy JAA, equal education opportunities, with discussed edits for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy JAA, equal educational opportunities, with suggested edits for first read? Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy JAA, equal educational opportunities for first read, with suggested edits. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz,
Aye.
Board Member Anderson,
Aye.
Board Member Herndon,
Aye.
Board Member Ariel.
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion is carried.
Next then is policy GAAA, equal opportunity for employment. Before I read a revised recommendation, I have heard clearly that we want to make sure we have explicit language in this one, similar to what we just discussed in JAA, but we will take a look knowing number 6, but there could be additional suggested edits that are similar.
So question about that, because I think that's what the legal team was saying, was that we just made an edit based on student needs, but does the same language apply for employment? Should it? I mean, I'm happy to add it, but or should you just leave sex there, knowing that it's all encompassing?
Well, paragraph 6, paragraph 6, fourth line. So it more explicitly labels stuff, and that's why legal said it includes things like veteran status, and then it says gender identity explicitly in it as written currently.
So then we don't have to change this one,
Correct.
right?
It's up to y'all.
Oh, I see.
I was up in the
Yeah.
front, because we discussed maybe at the top of the language adding there.
So in the very first paragraph where it says that we do not discriminate on the basis of, and then it elucidates what we do not discriminate on the basis of, make that sentence as comprehensive as the sentence that is in section 6.
But the question was, my original question was, we just made that very detailed distinction for students. Can we or should we do that for employment? That was my question.
That's a board choice. I mean, those
It's our choice, okay.
High employment, I think, are named here in paragraph 6, where we want to put their policy.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, so may I read the recommendation?
Yes, we're okay with the way, before we get into the discussion, do we need to change anything? Are you guys okay with the way that this looks before I get to the discussion part?
With the suggested changes that we have just put forward.
Yeah, the suggested changes, I think, is what Dr.
Yeah,
Wilson
before I
was
get to the
making. So
discussion
we
part.
have to withdraw and read.
No.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy GAAA, equal opportunity employment, with suggested edits for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of the revised policy GAAA, equal opportunity employment for first read? Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the revised policy GAAA, equal opportunity employment for first read. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Ariere?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion is carried.
Finally, I want to inform you that Regulation BCDIR1, public participation in board meetings, has been updated to go into effect with the start of the 2026-2027 school year. The Georgia School Boards Association recommended revisions in response to case law and updates to the model policy. Revisions include referring to the statute definition for materials that are, quote, harmful to minors. Alongside this needed revision, additional revisions were made to increase clarity. Again, this regulation will go into effect beginning next. Thank you for your engagement. Again, I'd like to state that the revisions for the policies approved for first read will be available for public comment via Assembly. Some of them I might need an extra day or two just to get those edits in there so they'll be reflected. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Back up to the.
Yeah. And Chair Sultan, we will go back to the new markets tax credit. Actually, we have our friends from Truist Community Capital here, and that is Chris Lewinsinger. I think I said it correctly, probably not. But Chris, if you would, please come forward.
Hi, good afternoon. Chris Lutzinger with Truist Community Capital. Megara Shaughnessy, who manages the banking relationship with Truist and the schools of Decatur. I'm a tax credit equity investor in the New Markets Tax Credit Program. So I've been asked to kind of step in here in the absence of Vita and Sherman's ability to be on to kind of give you a high-level overview of kind of what the program is and what the benefits are, financing, learning. So the New Markets Tax Credit Program has kind of an odd name. It was started about 20 years ago by Congress because of the success of the low-income housing tax credit, which most folks are more familiar with. It's how most affordable housing is developed in this country. And based on the success of that, Congress at the time said, you know, our low-income communities don't just need affordable housing. They need access to critical goods and services. They need access to quality jobs. So they established what's called the New Markets Tax Credit Program, which is really a federal incentive designed to drive capital in support of commercial development rather than residential development, which is what the low-income housing tax credit was doing, but commercial development that's located in low-income communities and benefiting low-income people. And really the benefit of low-income people is that provision of critical goods and services for low-income people or access to quality jobs for low-income. Education is a big piece of those services to low-income people, and through the program, we're of educational facilities across the country in low-income communities that are serving primarily enrollment of low income. Why you might be interested in learning about this financing tool is that through the use of New Markets Tax Credits, an eligible project could receive up to 20% of the capital costs paid for through the program. So it's a gap financing tool to eligible projects in these communities that are benefiting low-income people. It doesn't pay for the entire project. It pays for a piece of the project. But many educational organizations and districts have utilized the New Markets Tax Credit financing tool successfully to build a new project in one of these communities. If you want to flip to the slide 7, I believe. Yes. So the program works very fundamentally different to federal government. You heard me mention this is a federal incentive. They decided to kind of stay out of picking which projects are going to benefit from the program and really wanted to harness or leverage a public-private partnership model. So instead of the federal government placing these tax credits in projects, they allowed private entities to ultimately apply for federal tax credit authority and place these tax credits in projects. These private entities, in order to do that, get certified with the federal government as something called a Community Development Entity, or CDE. And once this private entity gets this certification with the federal government, they can apply once a year to the federal government for an award of federal tax credit authority, or the authority to place tax credits in projects. So once a year, the federal government, through the CDFI fund, which is a division of the U.S. Treasury, awards $5 billion of federal tax credit allocation to these CDEs, these private entities that want to finance projects in low-income communities. That's a very competitive process for these CDEs. Roughly 200 to 250 CDEs across the country apply for federal tax credit authority, and roughly, let's say, 100 of those CDEs are successful in winning a piece of that $5 billion award. Once a CDE wins an award of tax credit authority, that's the authority given to them by the federal government to place tax credits in eligible projects. So they areas and try to find eligible projects that they can potentially finance with this tool. So you as a project owner, you have a project that you're planning to build, the Early Childhood Learning Center. You've determined that you're an eligible low-income community and that you're providing educational services to low-income people. You can compete with all of the other eligible projects across the country to receive a commitment of tax credit authority to your project. So it is a very competitive financial tool for you as a project owner. Once you've determined you're eligible for this financing, you again have to compete with all these compete with all the other projects to get these CDs to place their limited amount of tax credit authority in your project versus another eligible project that might also be generating benefits to their community. Once a CD commits tax credit authority to your project, that's not actually cash to your project. It serves as an incentive to get a large financial institution like, let's say, Truist Bank to say, we really want to see this project happen too. We'll write a check for the benefit of the project. And in exchange, we'll receive a stream of federal tax credits that we use to reduce our federal tax liability. And that's the win-win exchange on these transactions. That you as a project owner receive an upfront infusion of capital to build your project. In exchange for providing that capital, the bank receives a stream of federal tax credits that we use to reduce our federal tax liability. That check that I write for the benefit of the project cannot directly invest it in the project. I invested in these CDEs, these private entities that control the tax credit authority, and they take my check and loan it to your project with low interest, interest-only debt. So at the end of the day, you receive a low interest, interest-only loan, let's say 1% interest only. That's fully funded at closing. It's available, all the funds are available for you to build the project. And you pay interest-only payments on that for a period of 7 years. Why 7 years? It takes 7 years for Truist to receive all the federal tax credits that we were anticipated as a result of providing that capital. The cool part about it is those tax credits are actually our economic return as a bank to provide that capital. So if we received all those federal tax credits, that's, again, our economic return. We've been made whole by the receipt of those tax credits. And at the end of the 7 years, we can turn to you and say, you know, that check that we wrote for you to build this project, you no longer have to repay that check. And that's where, you know, the win-win subsidy is realized for you as a project owner. Received upfront infusion of capital to build this project, and at the end of the 7-year compliance period, you may not have to repay that loan. And that is the intent of all these transactions, is to provide the subsidized capital to your project. Now, obviously, it takes a lot of expertise to pull one of these transactions together. It's not a product anyone can just pull off the shelf. It is a process. You have to hire strategic partners to help you in that process. And that's where VITA as a consultant and Sherman as a tax attorney were engaged to help you and assist you in structuring, finding the tax credit allocation, structuring the deal for ultimately the project to benefit from the financing. So a little bit about the math. I think you want to flip to, just to give you a project example. I think that's on page 13. So ultimately, this is a $10 million project example. I know that Early Childhood Learning Center is not a $10 million project, but this kind of gives you an idea of how this works and how we get to that up to 20% project benefit number. So you as a project owner, you can raise as much tax credit allocation as you have eligible project costs. So if you have a $10 million school, you can raise up to $10 million in New Markets tax credit allocation. Again, that's not actually cash to the project. It's kind of a measure of how many tax credits a CD is committing to your project. The 39% tax credit for every dollar of tax credit allocation a CD commits to your project, 39 cents of actual federal tax credits are generated. $10 million times 39% means as a result of that CD committing $10 million in tax credit allocation to your project, $3.9 million of actual federal available to attract an investor to your project. That's where a bank or a large financial institution like Truist would say, we really want to support this project. We'll write you a check for the benefit of the project, and we'll take those $3.9 million of federal tax credits. However, we're not going to pay dollar for dollar for those tax credits because they come to us over 7 years, and we need to manage the compliance risk, time value of money associated with that capital. So an example here, VITA has 80 cents per credit. That's kind of a market-driven rate, but in her example, 80 cents per credit times $3.9 million of federal tax credits means that I would be writing a check at Truist for potentially $3.1 million in this example. And that would be the gross benefit to your project. You know, that would be roughly 31% net benefit to your project. But there are a lot of closing costs and fees that come go to the CDEs that are working with you to finance the project. A lot of them go to attorneys, consultants, accountants. On the whole, that can be over $1 million on a transaction this size. So you net that out of the gross benefit of $1 million you're getting from Truist. That net is $2 million roughly. And that's how we're getting the up to 20% net benefit for doing one of these. And that's why you would pursue this financing, is ultimately you're going to get $2 million up front to build your project that you will most likely not have to repay at the end of the 7-year compliance period. The reason I use that language is because it is an option. It is not legally mandated that we forgive the loans, essentially. And if we did say we were going to do that at the beginning, the federal government would consider that a grant and not qualify for the tax credits. They want to see this as subsidized debt. So I cannot say in writing that that is what we're going to do as a financial institution, but that is the intent on every transaction. And Truist has done that as a financial institution. In every transaction, there was not a default on the loans.
Is it time for questions?
Yeah, go ahead. I think that's a good place to pause.
So, and I have quite a few. I'm not sure if you can answer all of them. But so to your point that that's not a guarantee, from what I can tell, there's an eligibility that has been determined just by virtue of circumstance and location. However, I believe the information that has been shared is this the ECLC or zone daycare, and I do have a question about that alone. Does that matter? You know, we call it an ECLC, but by permitting it's a daycare, is a 50-50 model. So my understanding is only 50 children who could not pay for tuition would be attending this building. That is all the methodology I've seen. And then we have had numerous discussions of population decline in our city. So in the event in 3 years after this, I think you mentioned 7, that the population of students being served at this facility was no longer majority low income, although we're planning on a third low income to begin with. Would that affect this?
So the good news about the program is there's a lot of flexibility in the program, primarily because it's almost entirely facilitated through private entities. The federal government's really only involved in that provision of the tax credit. Your involvement would be directly with CDEs or a private entity, a financial institution like Truist. The only minimum eligibility here to actually, for this to be successful, is the project has to be located in one of these low-income census tracts at the time of the closing. And the location currently is in what's called a deep distress census tract, the most distressed tracts that are designated across the country, primarily because of its unemployment rate. And those tracts get updated every 5 years with the census. So there's usually a 2-year lag on that census data. But as long as and there's actually a grace period in between the transition between the 2 tracts, so you could use either tract for a period of 12 months. But as long as the project is actually located in one of these tracts and is essentially a qualified active low-income business, which is a school would qualify, it doesn't actually matter from an eligibility standpoint what percentage the students are low income. What drives the success of the project is when you share that data, you're competing to attract this financing from these CDs and make the determination whether you have a high enough enrollment of low-income students at the time of the transaction. And so at this time, the information has been shared with some CDEs, and there are interest from CDEs based on the data that's been shared with them about the percentage of low-income enrollment. And once you close, once a year, you report that. You report how many students you're serving and what percentage of those are considered low income. You do that once a year for 7 years. If you do not hit those goals, there's no clawback on the financing, no clawback on the tax credits. It's just that you have to maintain that reporting. The only other compliance to manage during that 7 years is to make sure none of the IRS sin businesses are occurring on your property, which is very easy for most borrowers to manage, which that includes, not having a liquor store on the site, not having a casino on the site, things that are not going to be occurring on the site.
So I have another question. Okay, so I understand the 7-year part, and then to the CDEs. So you're giving just a hypothetical example of the 10 million that would net.
That's correct.
2 million.
Yeah.
So would there be one closing cost, or could there be multiple CDEs with multiple closing costs?
Yes, so depending on the size of your project, you may need more than one CDE involved. It's kind of like putting the puzzle pieces together, right? But that calculation is, on the whole, considers there's going to be likely more than one CDE. So in this example, there's actually interest from these two entities on this slide. Harbor State Bank, which is a minority deposit institution based out of Savannah that provides us financing to projects in Georgia and Alabama, and City First Enterprises out of New York City, I think they're out of DC. They have, based on the information provided by VITA to them, are interested in providing some tax credit allocation to support this project. And so there's a live opportunity here that's pretty rare. It's hard to find and get these types of commitments. Now, they're not going to wait forever. And so that's kind of where I think we wanted to make sure you have all this education in front of you, because you probably have some decisions to make, whether you want to take advantage of this opportunity for the subsidized financing now or go a different route, or it really depends on the timing of the project.
With the ratios, it's about a third of the funds provided end up in your closing costs. It looks kind of like
that's true.
And so at the end of the 7 years, if Truist did, for some reason, want to be made whole on those dollars, that would be the dollars net of the closing or the whole amount?
You would have to repay the whole amount.
Okay. And how often has that ever happened?
It has not ever happened.
It's never happened. Okay.
Yeah.
So that it's there for tax purposes.
That's correct. It's designed, it has to be subsidized debt for it to generate these tax credits.
Yeah.
And so the legal community has structured it in this way where we have the option once 7-year compliance period ends to essentially sell you ownership of the loans for $1,000. That's actually how the subsidy is facilitated. So at that point, you own these loans to yourself, and you can choose to keep them. For nonprofit entities, obviously there's no tax events as a result of doing that.
Thank you.
May I ask two other follow-ups? So, and I don't know if you can answer the first. So I looked at our May presentation, because I think there were 4 examples of facilities that had been recipients of this. And I noticed to a school district and at least APS, YMCA, and other institutions. So in this case, I guess what I'm really asking is, how often is it the school district driving something unlike?
It's a great question, and you're right. It's much more uncommon for public school systems to utilize this financing, primarily because the entity that benefits from the financing is actually the borrower and receives the funds, cannot be a public entity. It has to be a private entity. So to utilize this financing, the school will have to be owned by a private nonprofit facility, and it will be leased to the public school system to operate as a school during that 7-year compliance period. Once that 7-year compliance period is over and these loans go away, ownership however you like. There's no regulations involved at that point. The loans are done. But yes, a private entity actually has to be the owner of the school. So, for example, the school district could own the land under the school. A nonprofit entity that you create just for this project could be formed and own the school, receive the financing, and lease it to the school district for operations as a school.
My second question, sorry. I think you mentioned interest from Carver and the one in New York. What does that mean? Like, it's, you know, you put your house on the market and 20 people can come look at it, they're interested.
No, they've provided formal letters of interest to commit the tax credit financing.
How much?
I don't want to speak on behalf of Sherman.
Vita can she say it? Or someone can say it online. What is the total allocation that has been put forward by Carver?
Can you hear me?
State?
Yes.
I'm very sorry. I'm very, very sorry. I've heard of this happening to other people, but my internet at home just completely crashed. So I'm at a restaurant right now, and I apologize if there's background noise. But right now, we have a total of 15 million in allocation. Carver and City First. So Carver, just so I don't know that Chris explained this, but Carver is basically a regional CDE. They place allocation in Georgia and also Alabama, but City First is actually a national CDE. They place their allocation all over the country, and they really love this project. So Carver and City First were both very interested. I know both of them very well, and the two CEOs spoke, and they agreed in the beginning to put in 7.5 each. So I know that we have 7.5 million from a state or regional CDE and another 7.5 million from a national CDE for this project. Now that number could change, but right now I'm almost certain that we have at least 15 million in allocation available. I don't know if Chris is attending the conference this week, but I'm attending the conference in DC this week. That's one of the reasons why I couldn't be there with you guys in person today. I'm attending the Novogradac conference in DC this week, and I have a meeting with another national CDE that is very, very interested in this project. So we could get, there's so much interest in this project because there are so few educational projects to fund that are out there that CDEs like right now. I think that we could get you almost any amount. I think you could get at least 20 million if that's what you wanted. Because we do have 3 CDEs interested.
Just ask a quick question on the math. When you say that there are 2 CDEs willing to put forward $7.5 million, that's the $15 million that we're referencing. Is that the, once you net that of fees and everything, that is the dollar amount that comes to us? Or is that the 39% then that you then net the fees of that then comes to us in the form of a check? So in other words,
on the whole, you would take 20% of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That means
so
you'd be getting a benefit of roughly $3 million of additional capital.
Okay, so for $15 million of committed CDE funds, we would get something on the order of $3 million of direct capital to offset the cost.
2.6.
No, sure, I understand. Yeah, but it's not, just so the public that's listening understands, we're not talking about $15 million. If we have a $20 million project, that doesn't mean we then go out and get another $5 million of bonds for it. It means that $15 million of commitment means we probably get $3 million, so we're still looking at $17 million of supported bonds. Okay, that's just, I wanted to check that.
And that's why it's called gap funding.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chris, for joining. I was set to acknowledge you, and also record, good to see you both, our friends at Truist. And I want to reiterate that this investment structure is expected to generate additional funding to reduce the district's overall capital financing costs associated with the construction of the ECLC. Also, we're thrilled to have 2 CDEs already at the table. Vita talked about it, Carver State Bank and also City First Enterprises. And to think that she said, this is one of the most popular projects, due to the fact of the quality of our qualified, active, low-income community business.
A follow-up question, just related to the other funding that went, the ECLC, but potentially we have $3 million that would help the funding, but is this, just to clarify, proposed financing structure with this?
No, this is just a one-on-one, so just explaining to you.
How would the rest of the financing be done? That seems to be the big question for the PFA. So it would just come under the threshold for a referendum. I mean, we've pulled the cost though, but it just seems like that's the big question we're wondering here is how are we gonna finance the bulk of the ECLC?
I don't think that is fully answered. But these dollars don't reduce the project cost. They just reduce the amount of financing required, but the legislation is drafted is project cost. So unless the project is under $20 million, PFA financing requires a referendum. Even if we got a bunch more financing and got it down to much less in terms of PFA financing, the question on PFA financing, as I understand it, is around the total project cost, regardless of where we get other financing.
Because the total approved October were
Yeah, but I mean, that is including debt refinancing as well, which obviously is not really a project cost, but yeah.
I'm just wondering what the timeline is to make sure we have the financing for the whole project and how that works.
That is, you don't have that. The motion that I made last time for us to have a work session on the COPS financing is not yet scheduled. I mean, I think, is that a thing that we're looking at for?
So just to understand, we had a presentation of gap funding, but thus far we don't have an actual presentation of the funding.
I think we can pull all that together in August.
August, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, I think we're at the conclusion and, okay, hold on. Okay, here we go. All right. This concludes our work session. As a reminder, the work sessions are designed for in-depth discussion, study, and planning regarding district policies, issues, and upcoming discussions. Many items presented during a work session inform the board meeting agenda, including consent agenda. We will recess for 5 minutes and return to begin our regular board meeting. All right. Call this meeting to order at 3:56 p.m. We ask that you silence all cell phones at this time. We will now begin with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, I ask that everyone join me in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Now I ask all who are able to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our mission is to inspire and enable student growth through meaningful and engaging learning experiences supported by highly qualified and caring educators in a safe and inviting environment. The chair appoints counsel from Wilson, Morton, and Downs as parliamentarians for this meeting to advise on parliamentary procedure as needed. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Board members, the next item on the agenda is approval of tonight's agenda. Do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda? Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second? Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve tonight's agenda. Is there any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I've tried to add governance to the agenda the past couple months, and I do see that Wilson, Morton, and Downs engagement increment is on the board agenda, which I'm happy to see, and that encompasses, I think, a lot of the issues or concerns that I'd like to discuss. And I just would like, I guess, that to include governance discussion too.
What specifically are you looking for? I just would also like to point out that I have on multiple occasions gone through your concerns by email. I've drafted them. I've sent them out to the board. So what specifically are you looking for that I personally have not addressed?
One of it is related to our legal representation, but it also has to do with, do you want me to go through all of them now?
Well, I would also just like to point out that 8 days prior to agenda prep, I sent out a very detailed email with a lot of ways that we could address some of those concerns, even where we could put them. Work sessions, pre-work sessions, and I didn't get a response. I sent it out again after the after agenda prep. Well, you can go back.
For governance beyond the agenda.
Well, I went through all of your concerns like I promised to do. I went back and discussed them with leaders from GSBA to make sure I was doing this correctly. And then I compiled all of those concerns together, and I put them in ways that we could put them in work sessions. Something that, well, if I may finish, because I want to make sure that we're being clear. And then I also put it out for the entire board so that everybody could weigh in. And I did not get a single response, not even from you. And then when I didn't get a response, I sent it back out again after the agenda was set. And I said, there's room, I can re-add it if anybody would like to weigh in. And I did not get a response. So I just want to be clear, Board Member Irier, I addressed all of your concerns as came up last board meeting. I went back to GSB.
They be put on the agenda so
Well,
we can discuss.
If I could maybe make a suggestion. We have the WMD engagement agreement for discussion in front of us, which I think by your own admission a moment ago addresses a large amount of the concerns that you had, Board Member Irier. So from this meeting, let's engage and make sure that we have explicit itemized lists per the chair's request, so that in the August meeting, we can put precisely what it is on the agenda in time for us to all be prepared for it, if that makes sense. That way we are covering, I don't want to put a percentage on it, but we're covering a significant portion of what your concerns are today. Engagement as things are in the August meeting to discuss.
And I would invite you to go back and find the email where I went through all of your concerns, I collated them together, and then put them where they could go in some belonged in pre-work, some belonged in work session. So I would invite you to go back and find that email and let me know how I can place them in the agenda so that so that we can discuss them. But I don't know if it's fair to say that you've been asking to add them and I haven't addressed those concerns, because I did do that.
I think I can chime in as well. So for the governance part, I see two opportunities. One, we are going to our GSBA training. So that might be a nice chance to have more robust discussion. I think the issue that I might have is a full understanding of information requests in particular. So I think all of them, and thank you very much, Dr. Whitaker, I got for the budget, but I think we continue to struggle at times with a chain of command that says that the board chair should be the person asking or communicating specific requests, but at times maybe there's a bit of I don't want to call it a filter, I don't know the correct word to use right now. So I would say one thing I think we can do immediately is that our GSBA training will all be there, or at least I think regarding this issue, and so maybe we can get a little more clarity with that as well.
Yeah, I think some of it has to do with access to records that we've discussed before and having a streamlined process through you. So, yeah, and a system to, you know.
If you send me I think what we talked about this in our last retreat. I think what we decided upon was so that we can streamline the number of emails that go to staff and also minimize duplicate requests. And also so that it looks like requests that go to staff and staff members are coming from the board as a whole and not individuals. It comes from me. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, because it's been confusing in the past.
Yeah, if it comes, and if the wording comes, the board would like to see, then I think that makes it look to the superintendent that it's from all five of us, and I'm always happy to do that.
Okay, I think just.
Within a reasonable turnaround time, if you're
Yeah.
expecting things within, if you send me an email in the afternoon and expect it that evening, that might be a little
Of course
unreasonable.
not, but right, normally we see that in the next week's memo, but just to make sure, like you said, the requests are coming from you as a board per the COM norms that say, if it's requiring additional resources, it should be automatic. And if it does, then we can all decide if that's necessary as a whole. Making a list, maybe on a weekly basis, those are the kind of concerns I think are really important. We don't want to inundate the station at the same time, but
Yes. But
clarity helps transparency.
But to get back to the discussion of the agenda item, if there's something that, are we okay with the agenda as it stands now? If we want to make agenda adjustments or add things to the agenda, namely the topics that you've discussed, I would invite you to go back and find that email. I'm happy to add those agenda topics for the August meeting, if we don't cover them in the body of what we already
Yeah,
have.
I think a lot of them will overlap with the we'll sit more down discussion, and I will note any that are not.
Okay, thank
Can I
you.
just clarify one? Yeah, because I think I heard that we didn't respond, and maybe I'm referring to the wrong email, but I see that both Hans and I did.
He said it was fine as it stood. Board member Urier did not respond.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you said no one had, and I just.
The
wanted
first
to be
time that
clear
I sent it out, before the agenda was set, I did not get a response.
Okay.
When I did not get that's the important part, is that before the agenda is set, I sent it out where it was clearly outlined, and I did not get a response.
Okay.
Now, as a courtesy, because I knew it was important, and I know this had come up multiple times, even after the agenda was set, I resent it out because I saw that there was room to give another opportunity to add some of those topics, if so desired.
But I think we have a good plan forward. We're going to cover a fair bit of it today. Anything that isn't covered, we will make sure gets itemized and added, presuming that there is responsiveness, but that it will get itemized and added to the August meeting and or potentially, per Board Member Anderson's suggestion, GSBA conference.
Sounds good.
All right.
Any further discussion about the current agenda? All right, hearing none. The pending question is I'm sorry. The pending question is is C, a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Salton.
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
Aye.
Board Member Ariere. Chair Salton, the tally stands with 5 ayes, 0 noes, 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. Our next agenda item is the approval of minutes from previous board meetings. We have many agenda meeting minutes to approve. I will read them all in one motion. Do I have a motion to approve executive, pre-work, work, and regular monthly meetings for May 12th, board retreat for May 19th, and the budget hearing for May 19th? Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Hernet seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the executive, pre-work, and regular monthly meetings for May 12th, board retreat minutes for May 19th, and the budget hearing for May 19th. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll.
Chair Salton.
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
Board Member Herndon.
Aye.
Board Member Ariere.
Aye.
Chair Salton, the tally stands at 5 ayes, 0 noes, 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next item.
Thank you, Chair Salton. I now call on Deputy Superintendent Karen Newton-Scott to come to the podium to facilitate tonight's recognition. And board members will go down now, so it's safe time.
Good evening, Board Chair Dr. Sullivan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Gina Whitaker, staff and community members. Tonight we are at 4 of our schools for Beating the Odds recognition. Board members, please join us down front for this evening's recognition. Honorees, please begin on your left. Receive congratulations from each board member, and then join together in the center for a photograph. Beating the odds means a school performs better compared to other schools that serve students with similar challenges and backgrounds. The state looks at things like student demographics, poverty levels, school size, and other similar factors. Then it compares similar schools. So if a school earns higher academic results than schools with similar circumstances, it is recognized as beating the odds. This evening, we'd like to recognize Principal Alexis Glenn and the Beacon Hill Bulldogs for barking loud and beating the odds. Principal Derek Thomas and the Fifth Avenue Falcons for spreading their wings and beating the odds. Principal Bill Howard and the Glenwood Elementary Eagles for soaring high and beating the odds. Tally Street Tigers for showing their strength and beating the odds. Congratulations to you all.
Oh my. He's telling. Right. Congratulations.
Oh, we're done. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Newton. Scott, do you have a superintendent's report?
Yes, Chair Sultan. Good evening, City Schools of Decatur. I often talk about the three instructional leadership foci the Board of Education charged me to address when I was hired in July of 2023. How would I close the achievement gap? What is my philosophy of the teaching of reading instruction, and how do I improve, or how would I improve student literacy? And then what interventions do I support for struggling readers? But I don't always talk about the organizational structure questions I was asked to address. What is my organizational framework? For example, how do I evaluate current staff talent, identify staffing gaps, and recruit for needs? How would I organize my team? I started with my leadership style of balancing transparency, support, and pressure. Pressure means that we would remain accountable for our collective responsibilities for students, all students. We acknowledge that change is hard, but it's necessary to achieve the results that we have for all students, especially those who have been overlooked and underserved for decades. The ProSci change management model, as well as Together Leader training, were examples of support that were implemented to ensure that we were prepared for this work. To address the instructional questions asked of me, I needed to address the staff capacity to do the work. Staff capacity is not code for does the staff have time to do the work, but rather does the staff have the knowledge, skills, and dispositions necessary for all students to learn. And yes, we have identified some structures that were not in compliance with the state's educator evaluation requirement system. And for the board members who hired me, that was a priority. We knew we had some issues we needed to address. Additionally, we provided training in crucial conversations for our leaders so they could have the critical conversations with teachers to ensure all students were safe, seen, and successful, and understand how while teaching to their zone of proximal development. This means reaching each student's sweet spot for their optimal learning. Each student, once again, every student. Again, this requires change or a shift in culture. It is a shift from focusing on some students to focusing on all students. This is the hard work of leaders. Leaders who must address schools by addressing instances when teachers need support in meeting the individual needs of a student, including putting in place feedback cycles and having crucial conversations where, once again, all students are seen, safe, and successful. Since the inception of the All Indicator Strategic Plan in 2023, we have increased teacher compensation by 15 to 18%, moving total compensation from the bottom quartile to the top quartile in the Atlanta metropolitan region. We ended the 2025 school year with lots of cheer as we joined our families in celebrating the achievements of Decatur High School class of 2026. Also, our 8th graders during the Beacon Hill Middle School capstone ceremony, and even our students in their various ceremonies moving their grade level transitions. So we've been busy, continued excellence across our school system. At this time, I'd like to call upon Deputy Superintendent Karen Newton Scott to provide a Spring Star Assessment update.
Good evening again, Board Chair Dr. Colton, Vice Chair Hunt, members of the board, Student Representative Smith, and Superintendent Dr. Jima Whitaker. Tonight, I will provide an overview of the Spring 2026 STAR growth data and share what the results reveal about student progress across the city of Decatur. As a reminder, the STAR assessment suite includes STAR Early Literacy, STAR Reading, and STAR Math. These assessments are nationally normed and used in more than 34,000 schools and districts across the country to monitor both proficiency and academic growth over time. One of the strengths of STAR is that it measures not only whether students are proficient, but whether they are growing at expected accelerated rates compared to academic peers nationwide. STAR uses student growth percentiles, or SGP, to compare a student's growth to other students across the nation who started at a similar achievement level. That distinction matters because growth tells us something different than achievement does. A student may already be performing above grade level and still demonstrate strong growth, while another student may need accelerated growth to close gaps over time. This slide explains student growth percentiles. Growth percentiles compare students to peers nationwide who started at similar academic levels. In the example, Jane demonstrated high growth because she outperformed 75% or more of the students who started where she did academically. John demonstrated typical growth because he grew more than about half of his academic peers. The key takeaway is that growth measures progress over time, not simply whether students are already. This slide shifts to proficiency. Proficiency indicates whether students meet grade level expectations. The benchmark line represents the score students must reach to be considered proficient, which is in third grade reading. A student can show strong growth and still be below proficiency if they started at the same time. A student may already be proficient and continue growing at strong rates. In our example, one student achieved high growth and high achievement, while the other achieved typical growth and high achievement. As a district, we want both strong growth and increasing proficiency. So let's begin with early literacy, which remains one of the district's strongest and most encouraging stories this year. This spring, 1,185 students participated in STAR Early Literacy. District-wide, 75.4% of K-5 students demonstrated typical or better growth from fall to spring. This is a significant increase from 61.4% the prior year. Additionally, 72% of students scored at or above proficiency, and more than 800 students met the benchmark for transitioning successfully into STAR reading. I'd like to highlight our Black student group, as this remains a targeted growth area for CFD. In early literacy, Black students demonstrated significant progress. Last year, 43.4% of students showed typical or high growth from fall to spring. This year, that increased to 63.2% at typical or high growth, which is a 20 percentage point gain. This growth is especially important because early literacy lays the foundation for future academic success. These results suggest our focus on foundational literacy, intervention, and science of reading practices is making a positive impact. While our work continues, this upward trend confirms that more students are achieving the necessary progress toward reading mastery, reflecting the impact of the intentional instruction happening in our classrooms every day. In grades 2 through 5 reading, students participated in the assessment. District-wide, 73.8% of students demonstrated typical or high growth, while 79% scored at or above proficiency in the spring. These results highlight an important story. Not only are students performing at high levels academically, but the majority are continuing to grow at rates that meet or exceed national expectations. Grade 5 in particular demonstrated the strongest overall reading growth, with nearly 79% of students achieving typical or better growth. Subgroup data also reflects encouraging patterns across student groups, particularly in the percentage of students demonstrating high growth. While opportunities remain here as well, the overall trend again suggests that many students are not merely maintaining their achievements, but accelerating their learning. Middle school reading results tell a more varied story. While approximately 79% of students remain proficient, growth rates were lower than those seen in elementary grades. This mirrors national trends as districts often see reading growth level off during the middle school years when literacy demands become more complex and shift toward deeper comprehension, vocabulary development, and analytical thinking. These results help identify where additional literacy support and acceleration efforts are needed moving forward. Turning to mathematics, elementary students again demonstrated strong outcomes. In grades K-5, 73% of students demonstrated typical or better growth, and 76.5% scored at or above proficiency. These results are also encouraging because math growth nationally remains a concern for many districts, given unfinished learning trends from previous years. CSD students continue to outperform many national trends by maintaining strong proficiency and strong growth simultaneously. Middle school math also showed similar trends to reading. District-wide, 64.2% of students demonstrated typical or better growth, while 72.7% scored at or above proficiency. Importantly, grade 7 demonstrated the strongest middle school math growth at nearly 70%, showing that many students are still achieving growth rates that exceed or align with national expectations. Initiatives in CSD move through a process we call DIME. Design, implement, monitor, and evaluate. DIME helps ensure that initiatives are purposeful, data-informed, and responsive to student and organizational needs. It also creates a cycle of continuous improvement, allowing us to refine practices based on evidence rather than assumptions. As we review STAR implementation at the high school level, we monitor participation trends, other assessments, and how the data was being used to support students. We found that most meaningful and actionable data comes from the fall and winter administrations of STAR, especially given the many other assessments students take in the spring. Because fall to spring STAR growth is not widely used to inform high school programming, we will transition to universal administration of STAR for fall and winter only at the high school level. Spring scores will instead serve as a targeted assessment window for specific programming and progress monitoring, including MTSS interventions and special education IEP monitoring. This shift better aligns assessment practices to student needs while reducing unnecessary testing demands. While I will share this spring's high school STAR results for informational purposes, moving forward, CSD plans to use Spring STAR more strategically at the secondary level rather than a universal assessment administration. At the high school level, 58.8% of students demonstrated typical or better growth in reading, while 74.3% remained proficient overall. These results are the reality about secondary literacy work. At the high school level, many students have already reached proficiency benchmarks. Gaining accelerated growth becomes increasingly difficult as text and performance expectations become more rigorous. Even nationally, districts often see growth rates moderate at the secondary level. Our work moving forward will focus on strengthening disciplinary literacy, intervention systems, and targeted support to ensure students continue growth rather than simply maintain performance. In math at the high school level, 59% of students demonstrated typical or better growth in math, while 74.3% remained proficient overall. Much like reading, these results suggest that while many students remain academically successful, growth acceleration at the secondary level remains an important area of focus. Overall, the story in this data is one of strong foundational performance, particularly in early literacy and elementary mathematics, coupled with important opportunities to accelerate growth in middle and high school. District-wide, 74.6% of early literacy students demonstrated typical or better growth, representing significant year-over-year improvement. 66.1% of students demonstrated typical or better growth in reading, and 67.3% of students demonstrated typical or better growth in math. What is encouraging is that the strongest gains are occurring in our youngest learners, where foundational literacy and numeracy skills have the strongest and greatest long-term impact. At the same time, the data provides us with a clear direction for where additional instructional focus and acceleration efforts are needed at the secondary level. Ultimately, this data is not simply about scores. It is about whether our students are making progress, whether our instructional systems are effectively responding to student needs, and whether our collective efforts are creating measurable academic growth over time. At this time, I will turn the remarks back over to Dr. Whitaker.
Thank you, Mrs. Newton-Scott. Also, we have received our 2025 Georgia School Climate Star Ratings. The Georgia School Climate Star Ratings are annual diagnostic evaluations that rate public schools on a scale of 1 to 5 stars, with 5 stars representing an excellent school climate. Ratings are based on factors such as school safety, student discipline, attendance, and feedback from students, staff, and families through an annual perception survey. There will be a deep dive into this data at our August board retreat. However, we are pleased to share that all CSD schools have earned a 4 or a 5-star rating, reflecting strong positive learning environments and a continued commitment to student well-being, engagement, and success. In January, my remarks talked about when the Buddhists came. The Buddhist monks actually were here in Decatur. If you remember, they were on a 120-day, 2,300-mile walk for peace from Texas to Washington, D.C. And as I close, I want to share a few pivotal insights from my final Superintendent Interfaith Advisory Council. When I established this council 3 years ago, it was the first time in the city schools of Decatur that we had a superintendent-led interfaith council. But I knew as a community we needed to establish common ground. Over the last 3 years, this council has proved to be a vital thought partner as we have balanced community values and brought out the best in our students, our educators, our family, and city through outstanding inclusive public education, as specified in the All Indicator Strategic Plan. Our focus has been to find common ground and identify humility and the willingness to meet one another face to face. Safety and media literacy in an increasing digital world, and an understanding of how human frailty affects everyone. If we can find common ground in these areas, our students will be better for it. At the conclusion of the meeting last night, the members committed to the following. In this moment, our interfaith community commits to increase the number of interfaith leaders involved, increase frequency to connection, and connect our communities to one another in support of the development of our children. Finally, summer school started Friday, May the 29th, and will end on June 18th. I wish everyone a safe and relaxing summer, and I look forward to welcoming you all back on August 3rd. Chair Fulton, that completes my report.
Thank you. Good evening. On behalf of the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education, I appreciate your in-person and online presence at our June board meeting. We hope you are having a safe and enjoyable summer. Following the executive session, the district safety team conducted a brief safety orientation during our pre-work session. We then discussed items in the GSBA delegate packet for the upcoming GSBA conference and reviewed policies related to school attendance zones and immigration protection. During the work session, there were 3 presentations. The board received an update on how Naviance and One Goal supported college and career readiness this past year. There was an update on the new Early Learning Center and DHS expansion and how arts and athletics enrich student experiences. The final presentation was an explanation of the federal government's new market tax credit program to support the construction and development of the new Early Learning Center. This program is a federal financing tool that encourages community development and economic investment in underserved areas. We also approved revisions to existing policies related to employee leave and absences, student admissions, and equal educational opportunities and employment in response to recent legislation for first read. All on Assembly as a part of our commitment to increasing transparency in organizational operations. Tonight, we recognize 4 schools, Glenwood, Fifth Avenue, Tally, and Beacon Hill, for being recognized for beating the odds by the Governor's Office of Student Achievement. Beating the odds means a school performed better than expected compared to other schools that serve students with similar challenges and backgrounds. Congratulations to the students, staff, and principals of these 4 schools. We want to congratulate the DHS class of 2026 again and all students on achieving their academic milestones this year. There are several June observances, beginning with National Safety Month, which aims to reduce preventable injuries and fatalities in workplaces, on the road, and in communities. Safety remains our top priority in CSD. June marks the national observance of Caribbean American Heritage Month, including their diverse culture and contributions. Additionally, we recognize the advocacy, history, and contribution of the LGBTQ+ community for Pride Month. We also observe Juneteenth, commemorating the emancipation of Black Americans in the U.S. Since Juneteenth is a public holiday, all schools and district offices will be closed. Finally, during the May board meeting, the CSD Board of Education approved the tentative millage rate of 20.3. Although this rate is consistent with last year's, residents will see a 0.95% tax increase due to rising property values. All concerned citizens are invited to 3 in-person millage rate hearings at the Wilson Center. The first hearing will be on Thursday, June 18th at 9 a.m. The second hearing will be the same night at 6 p.m. The final millage rate hearing will be held at 5 p.m. on Monday, June 29th. The board has approved the tentative FY27 budget. The board will hold a special called meeting on Monday, June 29th at 5:25 p.m. to adopt the final millage rate after the 3 public hearings. These dates have changed, so please take note. Finally, I want to advise the public that there will not be a July board meeting unless necessary. The next scheduled board meeting will be on Tuesday, August 11th, 2026. Following my comments, the board will take action on several consent items. That concludes my remarks for this evening. Board members, do you have any thoughts that you wish to share? Hearing none, Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next item.
Chair Sultan, the original agreement for legal services with the City Schools of Decatur under the leadership of the late Superintendent Dr. Ida Love was executed on December 22nd, 1997 with Robert E. Wilson, who was affiliated with the law firm Glass, McCullough, Sherrill, and Harold. At the board retreat, we discussed features of next year's BMOP, the Board Management Oversight Plan, to include bringing a contract renewal annually for legal services in May or June, and releasing an RFP in August 2026 for legal services. The purpose of this item is to recommend the contract renewal for the 2026-2027 school year. An RFP process for legal services typically takes 14 to 16 weeks from initial planning to completion. During the first 3 weeks, we would identify legal services needed, review the results of the environmental scans that are currently underway with surrounding districts' legal service agreements, develop what would be the evaluation criteria, and identify the selection committee. These steps would take and also in August, once our new fiscal year begins. We would aim to prepare an RFP package. In September, we would be ready to post it on the procurement portal and the Georgia procurement platform. The vendor question period would more than likely take place in September. And if all of the activities proceed without any issue, we would be prepared to bring a recommendation in December. There are 12 districts in the Atlanta metropolitan RESA. In speaking with my peers, 9 have exclusive external counsel. 2 districts have in-house counsel, but use external for major cases. And only 1 has separate counsel for the Board of Education and separate counsel for the district. This district also has in-house counsel. Therefore, to ensure service continuity, if there is to be a handoff next school year, it must be done in an orderly and undisruptive manner. Therefore, I recommend the board execute a contract renewal with Wilson, Morton, and Downs. Chair Sultan, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the superintendent to execute a contract renewal with Wilson, Morton, and Downs, LLC, as general counsel on behalf of the Board of Education of the City of Decatur.
I have a motion to approve the superintendent to execute a contract renewal with Wilson, Morton, and Downs, LLC, as general counsel on behalf of the Board of Education of the City of Decatur.
I think we probably want to have a discussion to make sure that we don't make a change or that we don't make an alteration and have to revoke or bring back a motion.
Okay, well, I can withdraw that motion. Do you want to discuss the contract before we make the motion?
I think, or ultimately
Or
come
do you
to a
want to,
conclusion.
or do you want to discuss the motion itself?
Not the motion. I think we probably want to have a discussion about what we want to bring forward to vote.
So
Okay.
my first question
Well,
is.
hold on, I just want to make sure parliamentarians, we
Procedurally,
are
are we
locking
doing this right?
procedurally the correct process here.
Hopefully you would have a motion on the floor.
And then
don't
discuss
have
it.
I'm trying to understand your question. You want to
We
have a
don't have
discussion to determine what motion you want on the floor?
Yes. or I can make a motion and then have a discussion about that motion, but it would be different than the motion that's been brought forward.
I don't think it's gonna make dimes worth of difference either way, so I think if y'all want to discuss it.
Okay.
That's the desire of the group.
Okay.
And then you can make whatever.
Okay. First, I have a question. So extension of the contract would be through the end of next school year, meaning next June. Is that correct, the way it is written right now? Superintendent would agree?
Yes, it's for the school year, knowing that our goal is to have a recommendation for you in December, but, in December.
I'm wondering if there's any way we could, because I know the way the contract has been on automatic renewal is that it's automatically renewed unless we decide not to by January. So my proposal that I'm open to discuss further is that we continue with this contract until December. And will that give us enough time to do an RFP process?
Yeah, so that's exactly, my suggestion was gonna be that we go not into an annual contract, but a month-to-month contract as we go through the RFP process. And then it potentially, like, if we don't make a switch, then we execute an annual contract. If we do make a switch, it's probably not just at that point. There's probably a couple of months of overlap. I imagine that there's probably some.
But just for now.
And so my suggestion for the motion would be that we move into a month-to-month contract with Wilson Norton Downs as we go through the RFP process.
Okay.
And that's fine with me until December, but yeah, I understand that things may. And then, some of the concerns I had, I would like to, that's also related to that, unless anybody else has any input on the time frame of the contract work entering into at this point, so that we can have RFP still move forward.
And just for clarity, that doesn't change the motion that I have written here. It just says contract. Or do you want me to amend it to say execute a month-to-month contract?
Yes, exactly.
I think that
I'll
makes
make
sense.
a suggestion.
Yes, sir.
Under the old term contract, we be operating on together.
Mike, Mr. Wilson.
I can't get it to come on. Sorry. Under the contract that we're presently on, if all the pieces go timely and without problems, you may have a recommendation in December. How often do plans not quite work out the way you want? So it could be January. What the problem's gonna be then, if it's us, there's no problem. And I don't know what we'll do, but, meaning about an RFP. But if it's someone else, there's gonna have to be a rather lengthy transitional period, because the last thing we would wanna do, ever, is to not have a smooth handoff. If somebody else coming in, we're gonna work with them, make it as easy as possible. There may be old cases that we've been on for years that we might end up handling anyway. I mean, you'd have to work all that out. You might want to just do the contract for 6 months, make it month to month the next 6 months. Reason for that is just simply it allows us the surety of what we're doing over the next 6 months. It's not inconsistent with what's out there already. And then it's month to month, and how long will it take us to transition? If it turns out to be end of January, you make a decision on a firm, and it's not us, it's gonna take, there's just a lot that goes on in this school system. So it may take several months for them to get fully up to speed, but we are completely out. Obviously, we would drain down from the month to month. That would allow it to drain down while they gear up.
My
That makes
understanding of the current contract is that, because from the automatic renewal, is that we're kind of bound until the end of December.
Making this from 6 months to the end of December, you're
Just
you're
deferring
insane,
it,
and then
yeah.
you're month to month.
Month to month in January.
Yeah, for another 6 months, but it may not take 6 months.
Can it just be month to month
It's just
in
month.
January? As
What he
we
does,
did?
what he says.
I would just make it a year-long contract with it, 6 month contract with 6 months a month, but that's up to y'all. The point is, let's suppose it's February, I'm kind of looking at worst case scenario. Suppose it's February meeting before you play different. Now, they have to gear up. They're not gonna walk in here very next day for big stuff. It may take February, March, and April. There may still be things they need in May and June. I just know how these things work. There's just so many.
I would,
But
so
I'll leave that to y'all. That's just a suggestion.
my suggestion, so framing it as a 6-month contract with 6 months of month to month, I don't think is accurate. I think it is a 6-month contract with then a month to month contract from thenceforth. And if the transition happens quickly and it's a month, if that's where we're at, then it's a month. If it takes 8 months because there's some lawsuit and so I think at that point, rather than define the length of time for month to month, that is in place for the duration of a potential transition.
And if it were that we continue, then we will deal with this a year from now.
Yeah.
I'd like to circle back to the information that was shared about other districts. Sorry. Superintendent Whitaker, I wrote some notes down, but I want to make sure they're correct. I heard a number 9, I heard a number 2, and I heard a number 1, but I don't know what those were describing. It sounded like some had in-house, only one had separate. Could you review that?
Yes. 9 had exclusive external counsel, meaning what we have right now.
Yep.
2 districts have in-house counsel, meaning there is counsel that is on staff, but for their major cases, they engage external counsel. And only 1 district has separate counsel, one for the board and one for day-to-day matters. And that same district also has in-house counsel.
There's one of the 2 is in-house.
And these are all metro?
No.
That's a
Metro?
third. So there's
And these are all metro?
Yes, our Metro Risa.
So then, I guess my next question is regarding this, RFP. Is the RFP looking at which of these options? Because it sounds like there are 3.
Well, that's, the RFP will identify, the first thing we have to do is to identify the legal services that we need. Then we have to fully do an environmental scan, looking at their RFPs, understanding their current district service agreement. Then we develop evaluation criteria and identify a selection committee. So an RFP process is quite extensive, and when you're talking about an RFP process for legal services, it requires a lot, and so, and that's the standard language for an RFP process.
Obviously, we're going to get into this as we get in the process, but as we try to define whether we're looking internal, in-house, or the separate, I think, Gwinnett County being a multi-billion-dollar system potentially is going to look different than our system, right? And so I think that process should be doing comparable benchmarks versus maybe not quite as comparable. And I realize that's all the kind of things that we're going to be doing. I just want to flesh that out.
I think that's some of when this came up at the retreat, was adding that to the BMOP so that we had enough time to even look and see comparably how other districts operate. That's going to
go ahead. Sorry, Dr. Whitaker.
No, comparable size districts in the metro, Beaufort City and Marietta City, which are our Metro Risa, both of them have external counsel. The fact that there is one firm that represents both the school system as well as the district. So they currently have what we have. I know that I shared with you when I was asked individually, what do people have? I shared it. And so but our size district in the metro, which would be the comparable of Beaufort and Marietta, have the exact same structure that we have.
So for all practical purposes, I just keep me honest, everybody that's listening. For all practical purposes, what we're saying is we're going to allow this existing contract to go through its terminus in December. And then we will have the flexibility to go month to month with our existing council in the event that we're choosing to make a change so that we can have the appropriate handoff between new council and current council.
I think the other thing too, which is some of the feedback that I've heard, is that we're also committing to having this as a fixed part of our policy or BMOP schedule. So it'll get reviewed annually. The contract will come before the board annually. It will be opportunity for feedback annually. I think that was also some of the feedback we got.
I think a lot
Yeah.
of other districts do it that way, and even the city commission every January.
Yeah.
That seems like
Reasonable.
doing our due diligence.
In the handoff, probably, disregarding the month-to-month, they ever had to do it, you want somebody ready when you get to July 1 and everybody starts coming back for the school year. But you don't want to make confusion in the middle of the year handoff. So we're probably looking that even a firm who, if it was someone else, they have to get themselves staffed appropriately to handle what they're going to be handling. You want them to meet people before the year's over and get the handoff. So there's a good chance it takes the spring so that you don't create confusion among the folks that Amanda here who deals with it regularly. But a lot of folks in here, we have some days we've communicated with every single department in this place on a single day. And so we don't want to confuse their work. And I know y'all don't want to confuse them. So that handoff would be, the two sets of lawyers would have to organize that handoff.
Understood.
Where it ends appropriately with the school year, and they're ready to go the next one, so that these folks don't.
Are we ready for the motion?
So, yeah. So it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the superintendent to execute a 6-month contract renewal with a month-to-month after for Wilson, Morton, and Downs as general counsel on behalf of the Board of Education of the City of Decatur.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the superintendent to execute a 6-month contract renewal with month-to-month with Wilson, Morton, and Downs LLC as general counsel on behalf of the Board of Education of the City Schools of Decatur? Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the superintendent to execute a contract renewal for 6 months with Wilson, Morton, and Downs LLC with month-to-month to follow as general counsel on behalf of the Board of Education of the City Schools of Decatur. Is there any further discussion?
I agree. I just wanted to note, a lot of my governance concerns that I've had have overlapped with the legal concerns. And, I think the board's responsibility is to self-police. Of course, we rely on our legal counsel. I'm really, heartened to see that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that we have the best counsel available. As I've been on this board the past 6 months, I've raised issues in real time related to letters, board public editing issues, legal position statements, out of public vote, such as the Historic Preservation Committee, also the K-2 study. I just want to ensure that we are transparent and we gain the trust of our community through that transparency. So I'm really glad to see that we're doing this. I've questioned also, as you all know, the scope of our executive session, but what we have allowed and have been advised is allowed. And I just also want to know, we've heard concerns also identifiable information related to an open records request that had students' ages and addresses in the information. And, as an attorney myself who deals with FOIA and Freedom of Information Act laws, that was concerning to me, not only as a parent, but as an attorney. So I'm really doing this work to make things more transparent as we can.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just have one thing. I think I emailed this, and it's not something that can be answered right now. But in the discussion of this, maybe a better delineation through exemplification of operations versus governance. Where I think a kind of interesting point in terms of the board, right? Because now we have, you could argue a new member, you could argue one that has two, but, we're here for 2 years, some of us at least, some longer, and so it seems like a nice opportunity, no matter what happens, to revisit the ways in which operations works and its governance works, so that, we're just doing the best we can. I thank you.
Does this require a recorded vote? Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
Board Member Herndon.
Aye.
Board Member Arier.
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Chair Sultan, Dr. Lonita Broom, Chief Financial Officer, will present the FY27 budget for approval.
Good afternoon again. Fiscal year 27 final budget presentation. Good evening. Today I'm presenting the fiscal year 2027 final budget. This budget reflects the district's continued commitment to student success, operational excellence, financial stewardship, and strategic investments that support our learners, staff, and community. The fiscal year 27 budget is in alignment with all 4 district strategic accelerators and 4 priorities, which guided every major financial recommendation included in the budget. The budget and process is aligned directly with organizational effectiveness and excellence through financial transparency and efficiency. The fiscal year 27 budget development process began in the fall of 2025 and included multiple opportunities for board review, community engagement, and public input. Key milestones included budget timeline adoption, budget parameters and priority discussions and adoption, school allotment guidelines, discussions and adoption, salary and benefit comparisons, 5-year financial review, presentation of federal, state, and East Block tentative budget, community budget meetings, public budget hearings, preliminary and tentative budget presentations, public budget hearings, and the presentation of today's final fiscal year 27 budget. The process was intentionally transparent and collaborative to ensure stakeholders' voices were incorporated throughout development. The fiscal year 27 final budget includes 4 operating funds: special revenue funds, school nutrition, East Block, and the general. I will briefly review each fund before discussing the overall financial outlook and strategic investment. The fiscal year 27 special revenue budget totals approximately $2.87 million. The general fund will supplement the pre-K grant by an amount not to exceed $336,000. These funds support federally and state-funded programs, including pre-K, Title I, IDEA Part B, JROTC, and Perkins programs. The budget ensures resources remain focused on instructional support, intervention services, professional learning, and transportation services associated with these grants. The school nutrition fund budget totals approximately $4.3 million. The general fund will supplement the school nutrition program by an amount not to exceed $881,361. Revenue sources include local meal sales, federal reimbursements, and a transfer from the general fund. The budget maintains a projected ending fund balance of $1 million while continuing to provide high-quality nutrition services to students. The fiscal year 27 East Block budget reflects continued investment in district facilities, safety, and debt services obligations. Projected revenue total approximately $10.6 million, with expenditures of approximately $8.5 million. Major investment areas include school administration projects, safety and security initiatives, facility acquisition and construction, and debt services payments. The projected ending fund balance is approximately $2.1 billion. The general fund remains the district's primary operating fund and supports the day-to-day operations of our schools and departments. As of May 24, 2026, the district had received approximately 87% of projected revenues and expended approximately 78% of the adopted budget. This indicates that the district remains financially stable and is operating within budget expectations. Expenditures continue to be carefully monitored to ensure responsible fiscal management throughout year-end. Based on current projections, I anticipate ending fiscal year 26 within a 1 to 2% variance of the budget. The ending fund balance is likely to increase by approximately $358,000, due primarily to having less than $1 million remaining in expenditures. The fund balance of approximately $20.8 million, as shown on the table to the right under fiscal year 26, representing 0.39% of expenditures, which is a slight increase from the budget. Although this percentage exceeds the board minimum fund balance requirement, it places the district in a position to manage future financial uncertainties responsibly and is below the new maximum fund balance percentage of 25%. The only change between the fiscal year 27 tentative budget presented in May and today's final budget is the reduction of $71,581 in state revenue. State revenue was initially projected based on the state's preliminary projection, the state's most recent projection. Total projected revenues are approximately $113.2 million, while total expenditures are approximately $120 million. The district will utilize approximately $6.8 million of fund balance to balance the budget. The projected ending fund balance is approximately $13.7 million, or 11.39% of expenditures, which remains within board policy guidelines. The proposed millage rate remains unchanged at 20.30 mils. Although the millage rate remains unchanged, there is a 0.95% tax increase. In order for there not to be a tax increase, the millage rate would need to be rolled back from 20.30 to 20.108. The total consolidated fiscal year 27 budget is $134,679,376. When all operating funds are combined, the fiscal year 27 budget reflects the district's continued investment in students, employees, facilities, and long-term sustainability. This year's budget included several significant investments in operational priorities. Highlights include a minimum 3% salary increase for all employees, step increases for eligible employees, increased employee contributions for health insurance and retirement, investment in early childhood education, continued support for special education staffing, a modified zero-based budgeting approach, and maintaining the fund balance within board policy guidelines. The budget also reflects organizational efficiencies through reduction in central office staffing while increasing direct school-based support positions. The fiscal year 27 budget is intentionally aligned with the district's strategic accelerators and the board's fiscal year 27 adopted and approved budget priorities to ensure that financial resources directly support the district's long-term goals while maintaining fiscal responsibility. Under Georgia Law Code OCGA 20.2.167.1, the superintendent is required to recommend a balanced budget to the governing school board. The tentative presentation and the final adoption of the budget must both be accomplished annually by June 30th. The final fiscal year 27 budget is presented today for approval. The changes are made after the budget is approved. A budget amendment will be presented to the board for revision. Following today's consideration of the fiscal year 27 final budget, the district will proceed with the required public millage rate hearings and final adoption of the millage rate in June. The final budget book will be published in August. Throughout the budget process, the district has continued to encourage stakeholders' engagement and community feedback through meetings, presentations, and online opportunities for input. We appreciate the collaboration and support from our staff, families, and communities throughout this process. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions from the board.
Just very quickly, in the current budget, local other, there's a $550,000 variance between projected and received. That's almost 10%. What is driving that? Do you have a sense of what's driving that variance?
The major driving factor is tuition.
Oh, okay, I got you. I remember that was presented last time. Okay, and then with this next budget, obviously, we're expanding the program. Yeah, okay, I remember that. Thank you.
I just want to clarify, I think you explained there was like a $71,000 difference between the tentative and this one. So this budget still includes that roughly $1.5 million for ECLC, as well as I think it's about 220 some odd K for the ECLC principal and half a year bookkeeper for the ECLC.
It's at 1.5, that's all included.
Sarah Sultan, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve the fiscal year 2027 proposed budgets in the total appropriation amounts as presented, including budgeted salary schedules. General funds, $120,001,820. Special funds, $2,874,148, and school nutrition funds at $4,295,849, with capital funds being at $8,507,559. The total appropriations amount for all funds is $135,679,376.
Do I? There's something else you need to say?
Yeah, I mean, our process. So do I get to make a discussion and a motion if I want after you put the motion forward to approve the budget?
Yeah, but if it's a question,
No, it's not a question.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the FY 2027 final budget with a total appropriations amount for all funds at $135,679,376?
So moved.
Thank you. Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the FY 2027 final budget. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I've got a bit I'd like to say. One, regarding feedback, we have had, I think, multiple opportunities for people to complete a form, I think get a response to that. But we are a charter district. We do have an SDLT, and I don't consider anecdotal information from the SDLT, let me be clear, the school charter leadership team, not each individual school leadership team. To meet that standard that our charter describes, in that the SDLT will give feedback to the board on the budget, I can't find anywhere where it says the SDLT will give feedback to the superintendent, who will then give that to the board. So I do not consider anecdotal information from the SDLT to be sufficient for me. Two, I heard about comparisons, and while I appreciate those, we continue to see some problems with those comparisons bearing out in the next school year. I appreciated learning, I think, during the superintendent's report that there's been a 15% increase in teacher pay, but the first budget that I was charged to consider for the FY 25 had more than that for cabinet positions. Two, we continue to talk about being in that top position, but when we look at it, we see more often than not, it might be our earlier starting teachers that are making more, and we seem to consistently have our middle year teachers, the teachers with more experience, ranking 3 or 4. 3, I think we once got an article, and I found it very helpful. We board members got this article explaining, effectively your budget speaks to your priorities. And I know that we started this process in November, in which the board, I believe, wanted to see what was characterized possibly as the most aggressive option, which I think was considered option 4 or 1. I can't remember how the numbers work. And instead, we went with what might be called, it wasn't named such, the least aggressive option. And I do so appreciate that our students are getting teachers who have the capacity to teach. That's crucial. But I think their time is just as important, just like our consultants' time, just like attorneys' time, just like we learned about closing costs for gas funding. 4, we have the ECLC in here, and we just now have gone through a second board meeting in which it is not honest, continue to talk about this ECLC without an understanding of the funding. It is just that clear. In no world could I be making decisions for my family and my family's money without understanding how I was going to pay for it. So, I am making a motion.
My motion is still on the table.
Okay, sorry. I'll make a motion.
Is there any further discussion with the current motion?
Concur that we still do not have a clear funding plan for the ECLC, yet the budget continues to prioritize that project with critical investments towards principal. It seems like has been hired, half-time bookkeeper. At the same time, we have educators and preschool teachers who we should be investing in. If early childhood education is truly a priority, we should invest first in the people we're serving, who are serving our youngest leaders. For those reasons, I can't support this budget as it's written. I also have a question about the East Loft, which I think is rolled into the budget.
Later.
That's the next one?
Next agenda.
Later.
Okay, we'll discuss that next.
Is it out of, are we out of protocol for Dr. Broom to respond to those questions, to some of those questions?
There's a motion on the table, and as long as it's germane to that motion.
Okay. I think to Board Member Anderson's point, I think there's got to be a way, because she's brought this up multiple times, to incorporate the SCLT feedback directly to the board. I think there's got to be a way to incorporate that into the next budget cycle. Is there a way, I want to make sure we're putting accurate numbers and information out there. I don't like the conversation of being cabinet members and what they're making, and administrators and teachers. I don't like pitting those groups of folks against each other. All of the work that they do is valuable, but I've never liked the narrative of us sitting up here and saying, because administrators get paid X, and it must be at the sacrifice of teachers or the other way around. So could you clarify how much or how many administrative positions have been added or subtracted? Because I think if I were listening to Board Member Earlier, I would think that we were adding administrative positions or cabinet positions, but your slide says different. So could we clarify that, just so that people don't walk away with misinformation?
Can I need to clarify the narrative comment?
Well,
Question.
can she answer my question?
But, my narrative is really more about, we don't have funding for the ECLC.
My question was related to teachers. That's what I was.
For the fiscal year 27 budget, we have eliminated 5 central office positions. Increased it by 4, 3 directors and 1 EL liaison. We have increased the local school positions by 5.
But that includes a principal and a half-time bookkeeper for a building that we don't have yet or have funding for.
Yes.
That, to me, I don't know if that makes sense. Seems to be putting the cart before the horse. Wish we could use those funds to give our teachers and our early childhood education parents and all of those people at college heights now. substantial raise?
A principal position, and that principal position was in the budget in FY '26, as well as a halftime bookkeeper. Dr. Broom, those two positions together are approximately how much, would you say?
A little over 200.
A little bit over $200,000 of $135 million.
But I understand there's still a lot of first-time startup equipment, furniture that are in this current. Is that correct also? About how much?
Total is 1.6 for ECLC in that position, both personnel and
And operational, including the physical furniture and things like that. 1.6.
full amount, 0.58.
Yeah, so, I mean, my request would be to, because we don't have a definitive plan for the ECLC funding of building, to pull those items out and see if there's any way we could fund our teachers.
I think, I don't know about that because of what we're talking about, but I think, I want to correct the comment of the narrative pitting cabinet members against teachers, because that's not what I was doing. I was taking a percentage increase, I was taking a fact and comparing it to a fact. And so, unfortunately, the percentages, I could look them up, and I believe for FY '25, the fact was for that 1 year versus I think what we heard verbally was since 2018, there's been a 15% increase for teachers. What I was referring to was for FY '25, I believe we had more than 20%. I think originally there was one that was 50%, there may have been 38%, someone would have to look at my facts. But I want to be very clear, Cabinet, I appreciate your work, and there should never be a situation in which I'm suggesting that your work is less than or more than teachers. So there's no narrative there, I'm simply looking at the numbers.
In my superintendent comments, I talked about one of the things that the board charged me with when I was hired. And looking at the total compensation package for all staff. So when we, and this has been a process over year, the market rate for someone with the expertise of who you see in front of you right now, they still rank at the bottom of comparison versus our teachers are in the top quartile. So although they did receive an increase, but they still have not moved to the top quartile, they're actually all ranked last in the metro. I was charged with addressing competitive compensation for staff, not only teachers. We have addressed it year over year, but they are still ranked last. Teachers are in the top quartile.
In other words, the amount of correction in order to bring equitable salaries based on market rates for all positions required, and frankly still requires, proportionately larger increases for some of the positions in cabinet. Now, what I will say, just to make sure that we are being very comparable, right? Any skilled teacher is capable of taking those skills to any available district in our area. And so it is appropriate that we compare a teacher salary, our teacher salary, to a teacher salary in Gwinnett or to a teacher salary at Marietta. It is necessary. That comparison is necessary. I do push back slightly when we talk about cabinet. The job of running a district the size of Decatur is different than the size of the job running a district the size of Gwinnett. And so when we look at cabinet, we're looking at comparable sized districts. And so we are going to be lower on the pay scale in terms of comparable sized districts. Gwinnett is going to pay more. Cobb is going to pay more. These are multi-billion-dollar districts. But I think Dr. Whitaker's point is still valid. Even when we make the adjustment for comparable sized districts, we are below where we want to be in terms of competitive salaries for cabinet. So changes still have to be there. That does not mean that we don't still need to improve it for teachers over time. Like, that is still necessary, right, without question. We have to maintain competitiveness. But that is when we say just in terms of raw percentage changes, that is how when you start at a very, 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 very low level, a proportionate increase is going to look bigger than it is for a population of people that are already paid in the range
Higher
of their
bracket.
peers.
Mhm. Yeah.
Part of this budget increases the pay of the middle bracket teachers and staff. Is it possible, because I keep hearing that, and I don't think people are listening or hearing it, is it possible to kind of pull that out? Because we got a really good email that kind of compared the districts, and there was some problem with math, and I probably spent 4 hours of it. And it's hard for me, we need to sing the praises where we're doing that and making it very public. How difficult would it be to just kind of like pull that out and say like, hey, for the 10-year, here's a spot, for the 15-year, here's a spot, here are the places, instead of just saying like a minimum of 3%, I think it would be good to kind of like identify where that work has been done, because it is being glossed over. I also think like we fight over little stuff, but big stuff, we seem like we're arguing. I have not heard any member of the board not say that our number one priority is to continue to increase the pay we are giving to teachers and staff in this district. And compared, I'm proud of the 15%. I think it's like 19% since I was elected, and an increase across the board for teachers and staff doing it. But I just wanted to say that my interpretation of what's going on is we're looking at other people, we're comparing how competitive we are. We want to not raise the millage rate.
Right.
A greater percentage of the money that we bring in should be going to staff and the classroom teachers. I don't know why you're making good eye contact, Dr. Broom. This isn't directed at you, though. Sorry, it threw me for a second. But I that is what I think that we need to continue to be aggressive on, and I have full support to doing that. And as former chair of the SCLC, those meetings were great about comparing across board budgets and interacting with the principals and that sort of stuff. But where we can provide information to them is we increase teacher and staff salaries. We want to retain you, and we're going to continue to do so and continue to elect people that is their number one priority. And yes, APS is going to bump it. They did a bump 2 or 3 years ago. Over the last 20 years, other school districts have missed steps. So you didn't get bumped up for a calendar year, which means if you were in Decatur, you got a raise when other people didn't. I know of a fact that 2 times that has happened when I look back at the history of Decatur. So I'm proud of that for ourselves. Do we have work to do? Yes. Do we need to stop being so doom and gloom about the work that we're doing? I really think that we ought to, and just tell teachers like, we thank you, we're going to keep working on it, and you are loved in this city by the school board and by the parents that live and work here. That's all. I just wanted to say that. I don't disagree with anything that's said. I think they're all fine points, but just like we also need to kind of like talk about that a little bit more. And I would love feedback from you over the next month. Just say like, hey, yeah, we did 3%, but here are the places where you can expect a raise. And if I'm a third-year teacher and it just is in print that I have my master's, I'm going to get a bigger bump in year 7 than I thought, maybe I'm going to stick around because it's there in writing that this just happened, and because they don't go away. That's the other thing we've talked about with sustainability. The reason we can't just wake up tomorrow and bump everybody 20% because we've also got to be sustainable. I would love that in writing where we could publish that to the teachers and the staff so that they can read it. That's it.
I think we need to correct something because, James, I think this has come up twice now, and my understanding is during the November board retreat, we specifically looked at the middle group that you're referring to, and that would have conceivably been the $4.1 million cost for what was identified as the most aggressive option. What we are currently, or the majority of the board appears to be agreeing to, is a $1.3 million increase that is a 3% COLA and a step. I am not aware of any adjustments. That would be great if that was published somewhere, but my understanding is we started there in November, but then the recommendation was to go to the lowest or the least amount of options.
Minimum 3%.
But I mean, either way, I think, James, you brought this up twice, and each time I say, wait, that's not what we did. So I want to be very honest with people, and I want to make sure that we're giving clear information.
You speak to that.
Yeah.
And I'll just add one other thing while we're talking about it, because I believe what we've been doing is what a lot of school districts are doing, because I think we all understand, as we've talked about national challenges, trying to recruit teachers. And so we have done what appears to be a really good job of incentivizing coming here, so that our first year salaries may look great, but when we move to the other bits is where I feel like we get a little, we wander a bit without enough concrete information.
Alrighty, during the February, Compensation 3 presentation that I presented, there were several different options, and the most aggressive, yes, it addressed everything that you guys requested that we looked at. So there's other options. It was about 8 options altogether. I just only presented a few that would just make the presentation more concise. But there's several options that you can choose from. That addresses everything that you would like to.
The question that Dr. Breen called you up for is like, we are giving a higher than 3% bump to certain teacher positions in the middle bracket. Is that correct?
No, there is a uniform, but as you get the 3 for your where you are currently and your step, that is the minimum of 3. So once you get your step, that is above that 3%.
So to clarify, there is no targeted increase for the middle teachers. Because I believe, again, and I'm sorry to keep repeating myself, but I remember what we talked about in November, and I reviewed all the options last night just to make sure I'm clear, because I always want to make sure I'm telling you teachers, you community members who keep asking us, pay the teachers more, and I also want to make sure, to the point that I think strides have been made up here, where we are promoting what we've done well. But and this isn't a feeling, this is like a deduction that the people that have been perhaps investing a good deal of time teaching our children are not getting the same salary increase that we say they're getting.
It looks like we've done really well in early entry level, of course, but I just worry about those middle and top of scale teachers.
If we can go to that slide that was just there, there's a middle column and it had the numbers, that's what I looked at.
So I guess, I think that the clarifying question is, if they get that 3 to 4% cost of living adjustment, but they also, that is the minimum, that's the floor, but they also get a step.
Yes.
At least one step. So they're getting 3 to 4% baseline plus whatever's their step.
The step is kind of, my understanding at least, a standardized incremental amount. And what we have talked about when we looked at that more aggressive option is obviously, as you increase steps here, you need to do it there. That's why it costs more money. But I'm not aware of anything that says that the step for a teacher with 12 years is going to be 6% more of their pay.
With our salary scales, it is not uniform between steps.
Yeah, no,
So you could, in the middle, that is where most of our increases in our system. So in our current salary schedule, if you look at the increments between the steps, those middle of the career teachers, they do get more than the beginning and the end.
I know, yeah, no, I get it. It's more, but I don't think that we're honest to say we have already.
Because that's the cost of living that they're using.
And we have to recognize that all districts don't do both.
Sure. We need to visit this table, and we've asked about it. It makes no sense that it drops down the long you've been. And this is not a comment on this budget. This is a comment on retention and arguing and stuff affecting teachers. Like, we should be talking about that these schools are 4.2 and above classrooms, and it's there because of teachers who've been here, and you can go back with even if it were 2%, that would hire for people that are coming and sticking around. for the next 3 or 5 years. That's got to be the next priority for the board writ large.
That, I think is the critical part of the conversation, because I think when we had this conversation, we were like, well, what are we going to do this year within the parameters of what we can afford? And maybe we need to just burn in our minds what it is that we're going to carry over into next year, because if we do too much at once, then Lonita's going to run out of here.
Whatever you do now, you're gonna have to continue to do.
Right. So I think to Board Member Erier's point, I think we often do get the feedback from the College Heights 0 to 3 staff. They often feel like they're not a part of this discussion. We start at K and we're talking about teachers K and up, and the pre-K and below teachers often feel like they're not an active part of the discussion. So maybe that is something that we prioritize for next year, in addition to kind of what those middle scales look like. But those are things maybe we just have to remember that we focus on as our priorities for next year. I think 2 years ago, it was those entry-level teachers, and we really made a lot of work to bump them up, and now they're kind of where we want them to be. We don't need them to slide back, but maybe kind of those focus groups is what we need to focus on for next year. If we did everything at once, then like you said, we can't walk it back next year.
I think a good way to think about it, so we had a 3-year plan, of which this is the last year, where we wanted to get folks into the top quartile, I believe, or quintile, maybe, quartile or quintile. We largely got there. What I think we're saying now is that we need to, I think this next year, take a look at that step scale and go through the process of rationalizing the steps. We started to look at it. It wasn't, and I think we probably shouldn't frame it in terms of aggressive option or not aggressive option. Are we correcting our steps or are we not? And I think the conversation to be had in this next upcoming budget is, how do we start rationalizing those steps, evening those pieces out, so that the folks that are in the middle get the proportionate benefit of those differences? That's expensive. You know, we talked about it. It's pretty expensive, right?
For this presentation, you've got every option.
Yeah. And so let's put that in our minds as, and maybe this is a retreat conversation, maybe this is a part of a strategy conversation, but like, I think getting to the top quintile was a good approach to get us to here. Our next set of conversations over the next couple of years needs to be, how do we rationalize the steps, and how do we set that up so that our middle teachers are as high on that fortunate list as all the rest of the
I mean, I'm also just thinking about the process, because I know you presented so many things at the beginning, and we kind of whittled them down, and then suddenly it became like 1 or 2 options. I guess we were trying to.
It was one. I mean, it went.
Yeah, and so it's like,
We did have the conversation where we selected. It wasn't unanimous, but we did direct what we wanted to see in the budget. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I'm just very concerned, especially hearing that we've lost 53 teachers this year, who didn't renew, and 35, I think, last school year, which is 20% of our staff overall.
Well, I think but I think in the conversation of compensation, we have to look at the reasons why.
That's absolutely true.
Compensation is not the priority.
Which is why I think, I wasn't on the board when the system was created, because I would have questions and comments. Effectively, what I'm hearing is, the board set this direction and the board's met it, and in the meantime, I don't know if this is good or bad, I personally don't think it's good, that we have flatlined. Our teacher retention rate is at 84% each year with this.
Okay, I just want to get us back on, we can ask questions about teacher retention, but the motion on the table is related to the budget, so I don't want us to get too far.
I'd like to make can I make a sub-motion?
No, we have to vote on this, and then we can go back to whatever you want to talk about when we get to that agenda item.
Well, it's related to the budget then.
Yep, okay, question about a discussion on the budget itself.
No, I want to do what Hans did the last time with the refinancing. Can I make a motion?
I'm not relinquishing my motion on this. My motion right now is for us to vote on this budget.
I want to make a motion on the budget.
Well,
I want to make a motion to modify the budget. What's the motion?
have to vote on it.
You can move to table this motion. If you get votes, it'll be tabled, and then you can make a motion.
I move to table this motion.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'd like to motion to table Hans's motion And I would like to motion to amend or change this budget before we vote on it.
I second.
In which way? Because I can't choose, well, yeah.
Yeah, okay, no, I
Yeah.
wasn't sure, sorry, the whole, like, motion change, but it just confused me.
I motion to table his motion.
Wait, she already put that motion out
Okay,
there.
so
Her motion to table, his motion, on the table, to be voted on.
So now we need to vote on her.
You vote on the motion, that stops discussion, vote on the motion, whether you table it or not. Not table, you go back to that motion.
Got it. So we need to do a roll call to vote to table Hans's motion?
Yes.
Okay?
But I don't even understand why, so.
because I want to make a motion to change the budget that we then vote for.
I think we would need to understand, yeah.
So that's what else now, or are we still tabling one motion before I give the details of my motion?
If I am gonna support the tabling of my own motion, I would need to know what I'm going to
Okay.
then be supporting after that, which is why I think there's,
Okay,
yeah.
then I will give.
Yes, you're in the middle of your discussion portion, so you
Okay.
can say it, yes.
Sorry, all, I appreciate we're all getting a good civics lesson. If my math is correct, we have 1.5 million devoted to the ECLC that we thus far have no way of knowing how it's going to be funded. We have 220K at least for positions, so that's 1.75 million. We have at least 75 committed tuition spots, so there should be some money coming in there. So when I went back to look at what we could do with that money if we were to move ECLC money into teacher salaries, that's my motion. Take the ECLC monies out of this budget for now and move them into teacher salary increase.
Motion to table the motion.
All right, that would be the motion, if assuming the motion to table passes, that would be the motion that gets brought forward to you.
That would just take us back.
And that would include early childhood learning.
I love paying all of our teachers everything we can.
Okay.
I will say pre-K is included, pre-K teachers are included on our teacher scale.
Okay. Are there the three
Three would be part of our support staff.
support staff? Yes.
So you're saying that money is already allotted for, they're already allotted for, and they're already included. So pulling this money, this ECLC money out is not going, the money's already there.
$2 million.
No, she's saying that they're already getting an increase, the money is already in your budget for your pre-K teachers.
Yeah,
So basically, what is being said, I think, is to remove any funding for the ECLC and dedicate it in an determined way, but evenly or at least balanced in some way to teachers instead of funding the ECLC, which, just so that we're clear, if we do have financing for the ECLC, we will then have to be coming back and adding that back into the budget.
Including 0 to 3.
What if the proposal were that any unused ECLC funds be specifically targeted for teacher and staff bonuses?
So in other words, if ECLC funding doesn't go forward, or for some reason there is no ECLC, at that point, we would know that those funds, which are already approved in this budget, we are directing the administration at that point to allocate them towards salary.
well, I think.
Dr. Broom, I'm sorry.
Right, so if we pass the budget today with the 1.5, and the ECLC funds are not used for that, for whatever reason, I will come back to you all and amend the budget and, allocate those funds to bonus.
Well, but I want to clarify something, because I think, James, you raised a good point. Because I know when we started discussions of ECLC, it was one time versus ongoing. So, James, what you're proposing is the bonus, not a salary increase.
I assume that's what you were proposing as well.
No, I was,
Or were you
I think I'm open to both.
Permanent 1.5.
Be committed to, revisiting the salary schedule. So what we would be saying to teachers, it sounds like, is we heard you and we're doing something, and that something is the bonus. And then what I've heard is we're committed to now looking back in, you know, I don't know what the word, sorry, it's a lot, but, and then we're going to review those salary schedules and figure out how to address that.
So let me just because the nuance here matters quite a bit.
Yeah.
If we're not saying eliminate ECLC funding, we are saying if over the course of the year we do not need that funding, for example, if the ECLC does not move forward, at that point, we know that the funding here should be allocated, I think, as a bonus within this year. Well, hold on, because the step changes that we want to do in the next year's budget
You can do that anyway.
will be substantial, right? Like that's a much bigger dollar amount. And so rather than commit it to salary, which then makes the step changes even more expensive that we have to do next year, we would be able to take that tangible amount and apply it to this. So
No,
I'm starting to get way ahead.
I need to correct something, because I was not saying take whatever's left over. I was saying to take anything that is currently budgeted for the ECLC and put it in that new, I guess we'll call it bonus bucket.
I can support, speaking for myself, I can support it if we are saying if it doesn't get used. If we are saying kill it now and don't have it in there whether or not it's needed, I can't support
But hon, what is the if? Trying to figure.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to,
Let's work it out.
okay, so we need to,
You need to vote to table his motion. Now, when his motion comes back, you could also move to amend the motion.
Leave it on the table.
You can do that.
so we have to first
You gotta
decide,
decide when you're taking the motion.
To table the motion.
Which I do think, Bob, who we are currently discussing, whether we
He
think
has
we
to
can come in agreement to.
That's why I waited to, let me tell you where you are. You can't discuss the motion to table. But you've got a motion that you're trying to get off the table that you could conceivably offer an amendment to, possibility too. Or you can vote it down and put in a whole new motion.
So
The amendment
let me propose that we entertain amendments to the current motion, right? Because tabling it outright without having the clarity of the discussion that we're literally talking about means that we don't have anything in front of us. Yeah, so let's see if we can arrive at a compromise. This is the sausage being made in real time. Let's see if we can arrive at a compromise.
You still want your motion to table?
I'll be completely honest, I am so confused.
We just want to discuss it.
Withdraw your motion.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion. Okay, does everybody
consent?
I consent to withdraw.
Okay.
Y'all can discuss ending it if you want.
That's what I was trying to do earlier.
Well, I didn't know what you were trying to do.
Here we are.
You used the motion, we're talking about something else. Now we got there.
I appreciate it.
Okay, let's make some.
so now you need to amend your original, now, correct me if I'm wrong, legal counsel, the motion on the table now is the original motion.
That's correct.
Which is.
And if we arrive at a compromise, I'll move to amend my emotion, my
Got it.
emotion at this point.
So now we're back where we were before. We're back at square one, which is we're back at the discussion. Well, the journey led us back where we were, which is the discussion part of your original motion.
So if we are saying eliminate outright any funding to the ECLC, I don't support that. I am saying that if for some reason that project does not go forward and those funds free up in the budget, then it goes to teachers, whether it's a bonus or whether it's a salary. I think we can have that conversation.
My question for you, Hans, is what's the time limit on this if?
I think we talked about being August
Okay.
when we're having a conversation about the different funding options.
Okay,
Right.
so for me, it has mean, I would rather it be, okay, go ahead and, money to the teachers, because we don't even have the funding for the TLC. However,
I want to also stress the importance of us coming to a compromise here, because
agree.
voting it down in total ain't where we want to be.
at the last moment, I hear you.
It's not where
We
we
are
want to
under
be.
the deadline.
Yeah,
I hear you.
because also their core, salary increase is in here as well. We have to adopt the mill rate so that we can get the money to pay them their base. So I think it's important that we come to some
I
compromise.
do like the idea compromise of a bonus, because I know, getting year to year gets trickier, and this year to look more closely at the salaries and keeping them out over the different seniority we have. But I'm just wondering if we can try, sounds like you're not willing to just outright say, we can pull these ECLC things that have been earmarked currently, even though we have no funding for the ECLC. Is that correct, John?
So long as the ECLC is a living project,
I don't know if it's alive.
then the funding should stay. If in August, or even if in August we have a plan and in September it falls apart, I don't know, however it goes. But if the need for those funds goes away for whatever reason, including the end of the project, then the funds that we're describing that were originally earmarked for the ECLC be applied to the teachers. I'm open to whether it's a bonus or whether it's a salary. I think that's a reasonable place for us to compromise.
I think it sounds like a compromise, but it really isn't, because in the end, it's the ECLC. And
So then your point is not a teacher raise, you want to kill the funding for the
No,
ECLC,
not
because
at
that's
all.
an important difference.
No, my point was, it's not being honest to approve a budget that includes ECLC costs when we have no way to finance it. That's my point. And so, to the point of, if I were a teacher at this point and I hear, well, if I have a little extra money, I might give you more. It doesn't, again, maybe we need to do a better job explaining just how much our teachers have benefited from this compensation package, because that's not what I'm hearing, first. Second, I don't see why we can't do the if for the ECLC. And so therefore, we take the money that we had budgeted for the ECLC and we redistribute that or allocate it to, and let me clarify something, because I think people have heard me say this over and over. Many people wear a certified employee hat, and many people do the job of instruction or teachers. So I hope we're also talking about like school administrators. If that becomes relevant, I want to make sure that no one feels like you're being left out. But I would argue the compromise could be, then let's go back and figure out how to do this ECLC versus, we'll keep the ECLC money as it is, and then if we have anything, if this plan somehow can still go forward in 2 months. Because I think the other thing is, which is related, your budget speaks to your priorities, our budget speaks to the way we're going to plan things, and yet, the big question is the ECLC happening? And it sounds like the answer from us is, don't know. And so I do know what is happening. Teachers are coming back to work, I hope. I hope all of you do.
I agree that this is a project that is still a project of this board, so I don't agree with taking the funding out in total. I also agree with making it a bonus, I think, and for every staff member across the district, not just K-12 teachers, but paras, 0 to 3. So when you take that pie and you start dividing it up, I think it's going to look better as a bonus. If you divide it up across all eligible participants and then divide it by 12, if they end up with like $10 a month, then they're probably going to be like, what happened here? So I think if you take it and make it a bonus, then it would be much more.
I guess the
James, what's your
perspective?
perspective?
ECLC funding and, what is this? And I look forward to the discussion in August, because it just seems like, I'm hearing more information, in fact, from College Heights, where we have our the original Early Childhood Learning Center, and there are 12 pre-K spots there. There's room for another 2 to 3 classrooms. It seems like
We don't all.
we need to look at other options, and we still need to get Decatur High School renovated.
Blue James. I mean, we don't say it, but we share a single purpose that most board members talk about, which is high quality education for all of our students. I don't want this to come across as it's ECLC versus more money. I think that writing it this way, providing an earmark, be interpreted as a signal that if we have more funds, they will go to teachers' salary and staff, and that is the true purpose of this. We should earmark and make plans to educate the kids. But I don't think Tracy's point is lost on me, which is like, listen, if we have some extra money, this is our intention. This is where we're going to have it go and where it should go this year moving forward. So I support an amendment that just says, unspent funds in this bucket should not be reallocated elsewhere. They should go to this bonus.
In the spirit of compromise, what I'm hearing is if we can put a time limit on the ECLC to the end of August, if we do not find the funding by then, can we then start working towards allocating that $2 million I think we've talked about towards the teachers' fund?
I think it's an FY 2027 question. One of the reasons why it's important to keep this stuff in the budget is because we keep, being accused of being shady or hiding funding or whatever, and it's just sort of like we're years behind on a necessary project for
necessary?
Yes. To educate our children. I mean, the board has voted that it's educated. The community has gone up in arms when we've said that there are 150 students who want a walkable community to educate them. And someone in a hidden document says we're going to close one, and they go up in arms, and then we have a vote that said there's another 150 students that needs education to overcome a quality gap, and it'd be better if it's walkable. I do think it's necessary. I got so upfront about it that I accidentally talked during a finance conversation about how I think it's a moral imperative that we educate these kids and fight this gap. So yes, I do think it's necessary to put that out there and get it funded. What I'm saying is this approach means that if we overcome some hurdles that are out there that the community has put in place and we've put in place and legislators put in place, we don't need to come back and say, like, now we're going to find more money. This is the money set aside. If we're able to do it, we are. If we can't do it or it's delayed, we're going to put it where we've been saying we are, which is back in the teacher's fund. I agree with that.
I'd like to clarify one thing about the necessity, because I think there's a little of confusion there. I think what I have heard repeatedly from the majority of people, because I still want to make sure that people understand that our charge is K through 12. I think our moral charge is early childhood learning, but I do not feel comfortable conflating the need to provide early childhood education with the need for this particular manifestation of the building, and that's very, I think that
Our charter's charge is very clearly to be able to focus on early childhood education as part of it, and our moral charge is one where we have found that there's an education gap, and the teachers are not creating it. We are not providing them with early childhood learning education opportunities so that they show up with the tools to compete and exceed and change generational problems.
I agree with you fully, James, that early childhood learning is
We're well
outside
outside
of
of bounds.
I still have to speak, but I haven't. And I just want us to revisit this discussion again in August, that the need, and we need to look at utilization because enrollment is down, and whether
Okay,
or
but
not
when we
we
do that,
still
let's make
provide
sure we're
that.
using all the correct numbers.
Based on the
because
buildings that we have.
some of the numbers that get put out there are not correct. So that's
I'm
good.
open to adjusting my motion with the amendment preferred by board member Herndon to earmark, to keep the money in place for the ECLC, and if those funds are not required, we want it tagged for use for payment to all staff and
If
district.
they're not
members
required by the end of August 2026,
without putting a time window on it.
I would prefer a time.
No, I have trouble with it. Yeah.
So it's part of this.
I did.
Do you accept the proposal?
Yeah, I accept the amendment.
The motion on the table is approve the budget as is. And if the funds, with no deadline, but if the funds are not used for the ECLC, that funds cannot be spent for anything else. Come back to this board, apply towards teachers.
Yes, that is the motion.
I'm still confused because we're gonna have
Clarify the motion.
staff still on the books that we're paying and buying, working towards buying furniture.
This is for FY 27.
Yes. And so.
FY 27 starts in
In
July.
August, yeah.
So, look, Lorraine, I think what my
That's
understanding
where
of it
I'm
is,
confused.
I get it. So if that money would be spent during the course of the year, as would a staff person. So in hypothetically, if the staff person got hired but didn't start until next
Well, I
January,
understand they've already been
let
hired.
Mr. Herman finish. The stuff would be built, purchased in January, the bookkeeper would begin work in January, they would need a staff, like, some of these things may not all happen in August, but they would all need to happen in FY 27, because by the time that's up, we will be revisiting and allocating.
I guess guarantee that that money that we have has not been used or will not be used until we get the full funding for the ECLC, hopefully in August. And if not, reconsider.
The discussion in August is going to be around how we get the funding. We will not have the funding in hand by August, so I want to make sure that we're clear with our
I understand
words.
that, but it sounds like we're committing funds and they're going to be expended before that August.
So, board, what I want to reiterate for all of you is once you approve a budget, you can amend a budget.
Yes.
You can approve the appropriation of $135 million tonight. Come back in August and make an amendment on that budget.
Mm-hmm.
You could come back in September and amend it again. You could come back and amend it again, depending upon the direction. Now, adding the earmark pieces to the motion clarifies what would happen in the amendment if you would want to do so.
Mm-hmm.
You do not have to stipulate the timeline on it, because as the Board of Education, you can amend the budget every month if you'd like. One of the things I want you to remember, mid-year adjustment, or even a March adjustment that we had to make to the budget because the governor provided bonuses. So we had to amend the budget because the revenue came in so substantial that we needed to also go ahead and provide those expenditures out to pay. So amending the budget is a natural process. So you don't have to make the decision today what, when, and how much you are able to do so.
I guess I just, because we've already spent so much money trying to get this ECLC through, and we've had a lot of hurdles, I just don't want us to waste any more money. I don't want us to spend money on staffing, on furniture, if it doesn't happen. So for me, if we're gonna still just hold this in a little pot earmarked until hopefully August, but doesn't really want to even put a deadline on that, so I don't even know. But I think that's
So what James is saying, I think that's what Board Member Hergen is saying, the budget does not require that you go out and buy a whole bunch of chairs for a building that is not out of the ground yet. You're just saying where you want it to go. And if for some reason the path changes, we can change with it.
But am I incorrect to understand that staff have already been hired, like?
Staff have not been hired for the Early Childhood Learning Center.
That's helpful.
Is there a motion? Can somebody read the motion?
Yes,
to us?
I'd be happy to. The motion, do I need to reread the motion?
Yeah.
What?
If the learning center ever fruition, those funds set aside related to it cannot be spent on anything else Spent towards teachers.
Okay, so I'm gonna reread the motion for your clarification.
I get it right.
Yes.
And are we gonna say teacher bonuses, or how do you, or do you wanna say staff, because you
I would say
include bus
staff.
drivers and?
Staff.
Okay.
It would have to be brought before us regardless.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're making,
Okay, the motion is to approve the FY 2027 final budget with total appropriations amount for all funds at $135,679,376. If funds are not used with the ECLC, the funds would be used for staff bonuses. That's the motion.
yeah, that's the motion.
Okay? All right, so this is a motion that requires a roll call. Board members, when your name is called, please answer with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Salton?
Aye.
Vice Chair Up?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
No.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Ariel? Chair Salton, the tally stands at 3 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
Ayes have it, the motion carries.
Yeah. Items for action. No, she stays.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Yes, you can go.
Board, we will now move to items for action, information, or discussion. The first item is contracts. Each contract will be presented separately and will be moved to consent agenda individually. We will then move to the traditional consent agenda items, including monthly reports on finance, nutrition, personnel, and field trips. We will conclude with the monthly financial presentation. There will then be a motion to accept the consent agenda in totality. We will now proceed to the items submitted for action, including contracts and license renewals exceeding $75,000. The board will review each item individually, and if appropriate, place it on the consent agenda. I will invite the board to comment on each item. Following discussion of each item, it will be moved to consent agenda. Okay. Contract item 1, Sharp Copier and Print Management Services district-wide. Is there any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved on to consent. Contract item 2, Perimeter Office Products. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Contract item 3, Verizon. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Contract item 4, Zayo. Any comments from the board? This item can be moved to consent. Contract item 5, Pearson. Any comments from the board? This item can be moved to consent. Contract item number 6, EL Education. Any comments from the board? This item can be moved to consent. Contract item number 7, Wayfinder. Any comments from the board? This item can be moved to consent. Contract item number 8, Convergent. Any comments from the board? This item can be moved on to consent. Contract item number 9, Mayfield Milk. Any comments from the board? This item can be moved on to consent. We will now move to the traditional consent agenda items, including monthly reports on finance, nutrition, personnel, and field trips. There will be a motion to accept the consent agenda in totality. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed with the first item.
Chair Salton, Dr. Lonita Broom will present the monthly financial report.
Good evening. The April 2026 financial report, gender activity report, and definition of function codes are available in the city of. The finance department continues to operate in alignment with the district's 4 strategic accelerators, with a primary focus on accelerator number 4, organizational effectiveness and excellence through financial transparency and efficiency. For the general fund, as of April, the district has collected 86%, or approximately $96 million of the budget revenue. Last year at this time, the district collected 89%, which is slightly higher than this year, and is due to the error in the calculation of the millage rate. Expenditures remain in line with expectations to this point of the fiscal year. The district has expended 74% of the total budget, or approximately $84 million, compared to 76% at this time last year. The majority of April expenditures continue to be salary and benefits, which represents approximately 86% of the total budget. For the month of April, there was a deficit of approximately $4 million, which means the district's revenue for the month were $4 million less than the monthly expenditure. Last year at this time, the deficit was $1 million due to the large collection of revenue from the DeKalb County area. Approximately $4 million has been deducted from the fund balance, which is normal for this time of the year. Overall, year to date, there is a surplus of $11.7 million. Last year at this time, there was a surplus of $14.3 million. The surplus of revenue is normal for this time of the year. The general fund balance as of April 30th, 2026 was $35 million, which includes the current fund balance of approximately $24 million. April revenue for capital funds consisted of approximately $597,000 from SBLOC 6 proceeds and earnings on investments. Approximately $1 million was expended. The approximately $456,000 deficit was deducted from the fund balance. The district collected 75% of budgeted revenue and expended 64% of budgeted expenditures. As of April 30th, the capital fund balance was approximately $4 million. Special revenue funds consist mainly of federal, local, and state grants not budgeted in general funds. The district collected 56% of the budget revenue and expended 61% of the budgeted expenditures. The district received an additional $282,242 for the Title I grant. The majority of the grants require the district to spend the funds prior to receiving reimbursement. School nutrition revenue is trending slightly less than in previous years. As of April, 72% of the budgeted revenue was received and 67% of the budgeted expenditures were spent. School nutrition operated at a deficit of approximately $37,000, which has been deducted from the fund balance. As of April, the school nutrition fund balance was approximately $1.3 million. This time last year, the fund balance was $1.7 million. When the fund balance reaches $1 million, the district will supplement the program from general funds. This month, we have included a vendor activity report as part of the financial report for check processing issued between February 1st, 2026 through April 30th, 2026. The report has the vendor name, vendor ID number, and total payment to each vendor for the report period. Be mindful that the report includes payments made with all funds, including school activity funds, which consist of local school accounts. This report will be submitted quarterly. The board currently receives the school activity report quarterly. I will be happy to respond to any questions and provide clarification.
Thank you. Dr. Whitaker, any comments from the board? No? This item is on to consent.
Chair Sultan, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve the consent agenda items 1 through 13.
Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 13?
So moved.
Board Member S makes the motion. Is there a second? Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 13. Is there any discussion? Thank you. So this requires a recorded vote. Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please answer with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Ariere?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands 5 ayes, 0 noes, 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it and the motion carries. Dr. Whitaker, the next agenda item.
Chair Sultan, I would like to call on the Chief of Operations, Mr. Jarvis Adams, to present a resolution requesting the Georgia Department of Education's assistance with developing a new facilities plan during FY27.
Good evening, Board Chair, Dr. Sullivan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed board members, Student Representative Smith, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. Today, we are requesting board approval for a resolution authorizing the Georgia Department of Education to provide technical assistance as the City Schools of Decatur develops its next 5-year facilities plan. Although the State Commission is not due until July 1 of 2027, we are intentionally beginning this process early to ensure thorough planning. On June 11th, district will begin a comprehensive facilities condition assessment that will provide updated information on the condition and long-term needs of our facilities. Following that work, we will engage in professional design and estimating services to help establish project priorities and develop accurate cost projections. Beginning this process now allows us time to work closely with the Georgia Department of Education, align future projects with state funding opportunities, and to maximize the value of reimbursement and local E-SLOS resources. This approach helps reduce reliance on the general fund for major capital projects while strategically leveraging available resources to address facility needs across the district. So this proactive approach, this proactive planning process will help ensure that the future facility investments are data-driven, strategically prioritized, and fiscally responsible. I respectfully recommend approval.
Have some questions?
But
Is there time?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry. So has CSD done this before, like asked for Georgia DOE help
So
in creating a 5-year facility?
I would assume so.
Okay.
But when I talk to the facilities department, the Georgia Department of Education, this is it'd be very uncommon not to use their resources.
So then maybe you tell me this is irrelevant, but my recollection is last year, or sometime over the summer, I asked for the 5-year facilities plan because I didn't see the ECLC in it. And so that's why I'm asking you, why this? I'm hearing capital outlay during the K-2 process. I believe there were lots of questions about capital outlay. So ultimately, why do we need to do this?
So that's the way the Georgia Department of Education governs schools. We all have to submit by law a 5-year long-term facilities plan. I wasn't around when it was done in 2021, but this is just a legal matter. Now, why would we consult with them? Because they're the experts, and we want to make sure that we can leverage as much capital outlay reimbursement as possible. That's not a practice that we've used in the City Schools of Decatur, so we definitely want to use that practice to be reimbursed on funds.
Okay, thank you.
And also, Board Member Anderson, the Georgia Department of Education, they have to approve a lot of things, and we want to work with them to make sure that we're submitting the paperwork properly. Just technical support. They're not going to tell us what to do. They're just going to make sure that we do it correctly.
And typically, we should do this every 5 years, right?
Yes.
Any
So,
other?
actually, now I'm looking at the agenda item and it says developing a new facilities plan. So it's really the new 5-year facilities plan that would start in 2027.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Are you gonna read the recommendations? Do you read it? Or?
Yes, I read it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was answering someone's question. Yes, it is recommended that the board approve the resolution requesting assistance from the Georgia Department of Education, GDOE, in the development of the City Schools of Decatur's new long-term facilities plan in accordance with the State Board of Education rules and regulations.
Do I have a motion to approve the resolution requesting assistance from the Georgia Department of Education in the development of City Schools of Decatur's new long-range facilities plan? Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the resolution requesting assistance from the Georgia Department of Education in the development of the City Schools of Decatur's new long-range facilities plan. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, this requires a recorded vote. Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Sheriff Salton?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Urier?
Aye.
Chair Salton, the tally stands 5 ayes, 0 noes, 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it and the motion carries. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next item.
Chair Salton, on May 19th, we had our board retreat. For retreat, staff provided an update on East Block 7. Chief of Operations, Mr. Jarvis Adams, will remain to present the East Block 7 concurrent resolution.
Good evening again. Today, we're requesting board approval authorizing the board chair and superintendent to execute the joint resolution associated with the DeKalb County Education Special Purpose Local Option Tax East Block 7 referendum. Approval of this resolution allows City Schools of Decatur to formally participate in the joint referendum process with the DeKalb County School District and Atlanta Public Schools, and ensures the district is included in all required agreements and documentation associated with East Block 7. CSD administration will continue working with our partners and legal counsel to ensure all required documents are properly executed and submitted so that the City Schools of Decatur receives its appropriate share of future East Block proceeds. East Block remains a critical funding source for capital improvements, facility maintenance, technology, transportation, safety enhancement that support our students and schools while reducing reliance on the general fund for major capital expenditures. I respectfully recommend approval. Go ahead.
I'm not going to approve it until I have. Am I not allowed to ask questions right now? Okay. So it's 3 school districts, CSD, APS, and DeKalb. And what I noticed is DeKalb lists, I can't remember the page I pulled up the contract, it appears to list every one of its school buildings, right, and facilities. Decatur does, it lists its 9, but then number 10 is effectively any other property. APS did something similar, but APS did not list all of its facilities, right? It listed some. So that concerns me. For anyone listening, I know that the irony, I don't know what else to call it, of our approving an East Block referendum, something that would go to the voter, that appears to also be funding the very thing that the board decided not to put to the voter, right? Which is the ECLC, and I guess then also called the DHS expansion at this point. So I'm concerned about how broad this is written, and I've never had your job, right? So I understand you need to be broad enough to allow for things, but given what we've just gone through this year and the number of people asking about the cost of the ECLC, and then state legislators wanting to limit how much that PFA bond could be, I guess I'm just curious as to why it was written so broadly. So that it's any facility versus a very discrete description of intention. So I noticed ECLC was not written in here, but early learning was. Additionally, White Fleet. So, I asked for the most recent White Fleet numbers because I believe this FY24, we had an increase of 5. We may have had 26 for FY23, and then we went up to 31, and that's where we're standing now. And so, our student population is decreasing, but it appears that our White Fleet has actually increased. And so, again, I think this time I'm not asking rhetorically, whoever could help me understand why we wanted this to be written as broadly as it's written.
It's written that way every time it's ever passed, because it's important that it's capital funds and it can be used at capital, but they've expanded what you can use SPLOST on over the last few years. So for example, 2 SPLOSTs ago, you couldn't use the money for technology contracts. You can use it for technology contracts. If we don't have the capital outlay projects that we need to, then we need to do it, we need to fund it. All 3 DeKalb counties, page 19, says adding to, renovating any new building, including those not listed here. APS only lists 9, and then it says all those listings here. And then in our previous SPLOST, it also listed all the buildings and said any new or existing thing. The SPLOST money generates capital funds that are targeted for capital projects that schools need to fund, improve, and change things that are happening. I don't think there's any different language in this one than any SPLOST that I've ever read.
Well, actually, this one does have a lot more description of Mary Lynn Elementary, so
Sure.
I agree. And again, I think just want to repeat the fact that I understand what it's used for. But when I listen to the taxpayer and the community, what I've heard is questions about how we're spending it. And so that's why I'm a little concerned. I guess in the end, the voter gets to decide effectively. And if the voter's satisfied that the way it's written broadly and the way CSD has spent capital funds, I guess merits. And again, I would have preferred maybe something a little more, kind of like we talked about earlier with policy, I think JAA. You want it to be specific enough to honor your, ethos and what's important, but broad enough not to get into problems.
Any other questions?
Board, also, when Mr. Adams spoke about the required documents to ensure CSD receives its appropriate share. So one of the required documents is the Certificate of Distribution. The referendum of DeKalb County East SPLOST 6 was held on November 2nd, 2021. And it would be expected that a new Certificate of Distribution would have been prepared based on the last FTE count taken prior to the referendum. That would have been October 2021. Having been in both county and city school systems here in Georgia, it's my experience that the county school district is responsible for the preparation of the Certificate of Distribution, but it is to be submitted to the boards of the other school districts involved to concur on FTE counts. An updated certificate is especially important if the student FTE percentages is increasing in one school district in DeKalb County and decreasing in the other school system in DeKalb County. Based on communication with the Department of Revenue, it does not appear that an updated certificate was submitted in response to the successful 2021 referendum. The assumption is further made that the FTE data reported by the Georgia Department of Education on the October 5th, 2021 would be appropriate to calculate the percentages of distribution based on the November 2021 referendum date. I wanted to make sure the board and the community know that this administration has already begun working with DeKalb County School District's administration to rectify for future collections of East SPLOST 6. As it appears, at least 1% of the money collected and distributed should have come to the city schools of Decatur. Chair Sultan, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the board approve the concurrent resolution supporting the continuation of the referendum process for East SPLOST 7 in partnership with DeKalb County School District and Atlanta Public Schools.
Do I have a motion to approve the concurrent resolution supporting the continuation and referendum process for East SPLOST 7 in partnership with DeKalb County School District and Atlanta Public Schools?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the concurrent resolution supporting the continuation and referendum process for East Lot 7 in partnership with the Cobb County School District and Atlanta Public Schools. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that because people get to vote, I am going to approve this, but if I were having to decide to approve it on my own, I would say no unless there was more specific description. Like we just talked about, 50% of students that participate in athletics, and, you know, unlike APS that specifically delineates a description of athletic fields, but because we are approving something that the voter gets to decide, but
But I think it's important to realize how that SPOS funds are used broadly across the entire state.
I'm well aware of how they're used. I just,
So I want us to be very cautious that we not advocate to the community how to vote. That definitely goes beyond the purview of what
I
we're
didn't,
permitted to do.
I hope I didn't see that. That's why I said
No.
because the voter chooses.
I did, yeah, I just want to make sure that we're aware of that as we're talking about it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you were in favor, no if you were opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
Board Member Herndon.
Aye.
Board Member Ariera.
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. The ayes have it and the motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next item. Or public comment. We don't have time for that. Okay, yes, well. All right, we will now move to the public comment portion of our meeting. The following information is included in the board policy manual, and members of the public also acknowledge this information when they sign up to speak. This serves as a reminder for all speakers and members of the audience. The opportunity to address the board during public comment is limited to district parents, students, residents, employees, businesses, and organizations. Persons wishing to address the board during public comment must sign up by 5:30 p.m. and in doing so will be asked to state their connection to CSD and/or the City of Decatur. To allow time for the board's other business, public comment will be ordinarily limited to 1 hour or 20 speakers. At the board's discretion, the public comment period may be extended for a specified amount of time or a specific number of additional speakers. The time limit for all speakers will be 3 minutes. Persons speaking during public comment will not be permitted to yield the floor or transfer unused time to other speakers. Comments during public comment should be addressed to the board as a body and not to any individual board members. At the chair's discretion, persons violating this policy may be asked to step down. Speakers should be courteous and professional. Speakers are not to list complaints about specific personnel or individuals connected with the district in a public session. The board strictly prohibits abusive language, threats, comments, jeers, applause, or shouts from the floor. Disruptive persons will be asked to leave the meeting room. The chair may terminate public comments that are profane, vulgar, defamatory, or disruptive. If any speaker's comments begin to verge into the areas of hate speech or defamation, I will have to ask the speaker to end their comments. Speakers may not address confidential student or personnel matters, but may submit such concerns to the superintendent in writing. Members of the board will not address persons presenting public comments or speak to the substance of any comments made during public comment. Instead, a member of the administrative team will follow up with persons speaking at the board meeting. Dr. Whitaker, will you please call our first speaker?
The first speaker is Catherine Waltman. First speaker is not present. Second speaker is Michelle Hovasa. I think I said L. Okay.
Me? Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Great. I'm a Decatur resident and a parent of 2 students. On Wednesday, March 4th, I received an email from Tally's Principal Heaton regarding concerns about reports of, quote, inappropriate behavior and language by a recent substitute in your child's 5th grade classroom, end quote. This behavior and language reportedly occurred throughout.
Sir, ma'am, I'm sorry, we can't address personnel matters. Do you want to reframe your comment? Okay.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. We
Okay.
can't address specific personnel or.
I'm not
or
asking you.
issues.
I'm asking to be finishing my comments. I'm not asking for regarding a specific person or staff member. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so, but no, not one student notified any on-site member that day, despite this behavior going on all the moment in our home. We talked with our children about physical help, even in school. Principal Heaton has been forthcoming about corrective steps. He reported that the teachers, quote, led age-appropriate conversations with their classes about the importance of speaking up if they ever feel uncomfortable, end quote, and counselors introduced Say Something, an anonymous reporting tool accessible via Chromebook or Launchpad. It is my understanding that this was serious enough that the Decatur police investigated in the classroom during the school day.
Okay, ma'am, I would suggest that you email us about this particular matter. Okay.
The next speaker is April Biagioni. She is in, yeah. Okay. The next speaker is Doris Johnson.
Hi, my name is Doris Sims Johnson. I reside at 5739 Hunters Chase Court, Lithonia, Georgia. Speaking on behalf of the legacy elders of Beacon Hill community of African American families, businesses, schools, and churches, on behalf of the Decatur Day organizers and the Beacon Hill Historic District, we are demanding that CSD Board of Education protect and preserve the sacred ground at 346 West Trinity Place. This land is a central part of our recently designated Beacon Hill Historic District. We also ask that the board honor our request to commemorate this historic milestone on site for Decatur Day 2026 celebration in September. We ask that the school board not build the proposed ECLC on this historic site, but do seek alternative sites for the construction. To construct a building on this historic site that bears no reference or relevance to the history and the land and its people is disingenuous. Significantly, it is dismissive of the historic first that recognizes the contributions of formerly enslaved African Americans who created the Beacon Hill community. Let the land be an educational and cultural reference to honor our Black ancestors and residents. Born and raised in the Beacon Hill Historic District, a proud graduate of CSD schools, and as one of the first 10 Black students to integrate Decatur High School and graduate, I learned firsthand that diversity, equity, and inclusion are critical attributes that propel this city and its school system to the national prominence that it has had up to now. Sadly, recent administration and board decisions to erase the tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion in CSD have eroded the public trust and confidence. To correct this wrong, work towards guiding and working toward equitable decision-making policies and rebuilding trust with the community and all collaborators. Publicly recommit to diversity, equity, and inclusion policies in both word and practice. No longer is lip service with no relevant action acceptable. Finally, we would ask that in light of the historic site and what has been proposed and what the board is considering, that you truly engage in getting a professional, community-engaged archaeological survey done on this site. What is being done now is no transparency in time frame or what it entails. We're asking that you do partner with the Southeastern Archaeological Conference and get this professional work done at no cost to the school system. Transparency and communication on a regular basis is important with the stakeholders who are essential to and a vital part of this process. Please commit to some serious and meaningful Beacon Hill Grassroots Coalition. We don't feel involved in the process that has to do with the land. Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Reverend Sarah Webb Phillips.
Call was on, but she couldn't speak. Catherine, she's online.
Oh, thank you. Okay, she had signed up in person, so I did. Reverend Sarah Webb Phillips is an in-person speaker. Tara? I did not want to attempt. Thank you. Yeah, I see you're in person.
That's okay. It's Tara Amlial, but
there we go.
Yeah, no, that's fine. My own family can't pronounce it. Hi, I am a parent of a child that just finished kindergarten, and so I just want to go through with you what my first year as a CSC parent was. Started school year, everything's great school, love the teachers, love the staff at the school, and then all of a sudden, boom, we're in October, and we're trying to close your kid's school in 8 weeks. We're putting data on the website. The data is incorrect. We don't know where it's coming from. Whoops, that's incorrect. We'll take it down. Okay, we're going to put that on hold. In the meantime, we learned that there are board members participating and voting on things that they're supposed to be recused from. Meeting minutes magically changing. Then there's a scheduled groundbreaking for an ECLC that's not happening, but there's ROTC kids that are being told to show up dressed, but then denying that that is happening to the press, even though there are emails showing where the ROTC kids got the word to show up dressed up. Then we're hiring multiple PR firms rather than just talk. We have to hire a lot more PR firms to deal with all this. Raises for admin at a higher rate than for the teachers. Paying a consultant who seems to be widely known to have been picked to be the principal for a building that doesn't exist. And an amount that we just heard from you guys was negligible, but was basically what would have been saved each year had you actually closed the school that you wanted to close. No bid contracts given to admin contacts. Doing everything possible to avoid having a public vote on the ECLC. Then, come this spring, we have all these incidents at the middle school. I don't know. I just know what I am hearing, and it is not good, gotta say. Doesn't seem like somewhere that I would want my child to go to school. And then to top off the year, learning that we have official City School Decatur statements coming out of a podcast studio that is trafficking in Islamophobia, other types of hate speech, transphobia, and homophobia. And those are our official statements made by our school district. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised to hear that there's a reflecting pool somewhere that you guys are trying to figure out how to paint blue. And we hear that teacher morale is low, and we're losing a record number of teachers, and can you blame them? I'm not saying that every single one of you up here is responsible for every single one of these things, but the buck has to stop somewhere. You guys are the leaders, and this is a disaster. This year, from my perspective, has been nothing but chaos and scandals and disaster. Please, pull it together. We moved here for these schools. There's so many people that moved here for these schools. Don't let them just be driven into the ground like this. Please, just be the leaders and lead. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jessica Sina.
Hi, good evening. I'm the parent of rising second grade twins. You represent all of our children, and you remind us of that frequently, that you represent them and not the residents who elected you. You also tell us that you want to build trust, be transparent, have an open dialogue. We hear it every single time, and I think 2 board members really do feel that way. And every time, the very next action torpedoes it. Schools are losing teachers and parents because you are actively removing resources, planning time, and better pay from the people on the front line, the ones who actually help you close the achievement gap and create inclusion. Let's tack on that CSD has created a climate where staff are afraid to speak up, the ones who do believe that they can face retaliation, and the rest simply learn to stay quiet. Over and over you signal, we're not here to listen, we're here to talk. Talk around you, talk about you, and talk over you. Questions are met with hostility or hyperbolic fireballs. You cloak yourselves in talk of equity and closing achievement gaps, but it appears to be words. In your veto letter to the governor on SB 625, you conveniently dropped the mission of helping close the achievement gap and providing early education to underserved communities in favor of retaining teachers and providing early education to all residents. You showed vulnerable families that when push comes to shove, this board will not fight for them. You'll drop them. That's not embracing all students. In the law, we call it abandonment. And I think it's a trend. People who detest the very existence of LGBTQ and Muslim people are now hosting podcasts and posting comments that by any definition qualifies as hate speech. It's about our district, it's about a board member, and most importantly, the kids you are supposed to protect. They are posting on parents' Facebook pages. And so what does that mean for you? Do better. Do the one thing you were put here to do. Take care of the kids in this district. It's the whole job. So teach them. Stop chasing bigger class sizes. And stop pouring money into an ECL, money that belongs where it actually helps kids right now. You can provide the seats needed for kids today, and you know it. And the fact that you won't do it says everything. Thank you.
Andrew Navratil.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Navratil. I'm here on my own. My views are mine. I don't represent any organization. I want to talk to you all about a couple of things tonight. The first one is brief. In the work session this evening, there was presentation of the policy on public participation in board meetings. And I wanted to bring to your attention a concern about that draft policy that was not discussed in the work session. So there's a new second paragraph, and part of what it says is that all comments to the board, quote, are intended for the board to hear from citizens but not to take action. And then it says, this action of any kind refer to paragraph 7. Paragraph 7 says, and I quote, it should again be noted that public participation is not designed for this purpose, and the board will not take action based on public participation. Don't know if that language is intentional, and I sincerely hope it does not mean what I think it means. I would ask you to look into that and make appropriate revisions. The second thing I'm here to talk about, so as you all probably know, if you don't, I will tell you, I am one of 10 authors of an editorial in Decatur-ish regarding your legal counsel and asking you to reject the recommendation that you voted on tonight. First, I appreciate your efforts to update the engagement with your attorneys. I appreciate the decision to limit it to 6 months. And I want one thing in that. First, I would ask you to be watchful. Make sure that public business is conducted at a meeting. The subject of every executive session is proper. and don't tolerate your oversight being limited in inappropriate ways. Second, you can fire your attorney at any time, period, contract or no contract. 3, ensure that CSC executes a contract with its attorneys, not just an engagement letter like the draft that was attached to the agenda. If you need an example, take a look at our editorial. We link to the City of Decatur's contract with, ironically, that same law firm. And finally, I want to talk to you about rates. So as we mentioned in our editorial, the City of Decatur, starting on July 1st, will be charged $285 per hour for partners, but $245 for associates. You, on July 1st, are charged $300 for all attorneys. Why? Don't tolerate that for even 6 months, and certainly not for the 6 months or a year that we heard tonight it may take to make a transition if you choose a new law firm. I would urge you to probe your counsel as to why there's a difference and get an explanation and renegotiate that before a contract is signed if you need to. I know that difference may not seem like a lot, $15 for a partner, $55 for an associate, but over the hours and hours of work it's forecast to take, that amounts to tens of thousands of dollars. And finally, the last thing I want to say to you, the authors talked to many attorneys who wanted to sign but could not, either because of their employment or their roles in the community, and more disturbingly, some told us they wouldn't sign because they feared retaliation against their kids. And that should concern us.
The next speaker is Christina Ward. Okay. The next speaker is Crystal Baptiste.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Crystal Baptiste. I am a podcaster here in the area, and I wanted to speak with you guys just regarding everything that I've heard while sitting here. So while sitting here, I have noticed that there's been a lot of discussions about the ECLC and how we want transparency, we want to make sure that the kids get what they deserve. But what I've seen is that there are a lot of people fighting against it. The ECLC represents a genuine opportunity to close achievement gaps before they start. Located to serve families with affordable housing, it would provide accessible, high-quality learning from infancy through pre-K. Research consistently shows that strong early childhood education improves literacy, math readiness, social skills, and long-term academic success, especially for students from lower income households who need it most. And this is something that I've heard quite often here, that this is what we care about. This is practical, evidence-based support for the very communities, these groups that I have been hearing a lot about, saying they represent, fighting against expanded early learning while demanding more ideological policies, raises serious questions about true priorities. Are we committed to helping disadvantaged students succeed through proven programs, or are we allowing schools to become arenas for political infiltration and activist agendas? Public education should welcome every child, regardless of the background, but it must prioritize reading, math, safety, and real opportunities like the ECLC over contested social ideologies. Turning classrooms into battlegrounds for adult political priorities harms the students who need help the most. We need leadership that advances practical solutions, such as the ECLC. Let's demand focus on academic excellence and tangible support for disadvantaged families, not division or performative equity. Our children deserve better. Let's choose programs that deliver real results for every student in Decatur. And I just want to add one more thing. I've heard numerous people come up here and talk about something that was said in the podcast. I'm confused because I know we have the First Amendment right. So that's number one. And number two, anyone that has a property, anyone can record in any property, With that being said, are you going to shut down every time someone is using a property because you don't like their politics? That's absolutely ridiculous. We need to do better than that. That is why we have freedom of speech.
The next speaker is Rudy Kohlberg. Is he there? Okay. The next speaker is Jerome Fitz.
Well, everybody, thank you for allowing me to speak. I pretty much came to speak on also what I heard on the news in reference to podcast comments. And in my personal opinion, there's no way that someone should be penalized or possibly fired for their husband's comments because we're adults. That to me is childish, it's unnecessary, and if a person is doing their job, they should always have the opportunity to do that because they're doing an amazing job. So that's pretty much all I gotta say, and for certain people, just grow up, please.
The next speaker is Jessica Stern. Okay. The next speaker is Kathy Gannon.
Good evening. Time for dinner. My name is Kathy Gannon. I live at 335 West Ponce Avenue. I am a downtown resident and neighbor of city schools, offices, and the high school, and all the other commercial and city uses downtown. We have them all. We are rarely informed as residents or included in decision-making about all these things because we are in a neighborhood that is diverse, I guess. But we do attend meetings and give our opinions. We're allowed to do so. I have been around political entities for some time now, and the amount of pushback that you all are getting in regard to the Early Learning Center issue is really pretty unprecedented. And is clearly not concept and the reality of what an early learning center can do for everyone. It is the decision-making about the location and the funding for this particular early learning center that would be located across the street. I would like to add that a lot of this pushback seems to be coming from this disregard that people are feeling for their opinions, their values, and what they would like to contribute to the process. They don't feel like anyone is listening. And I'm asking you to please not let your power, your being overworked, it is 7 o'clock in the evening, arrogance, or anything else block you from hearing what people are saying. We know that there are alternatives to 346 West Trinity Place that would provide for quicker and cheaper opportunities for early learning, and they should be reevaluated. This land, whatever is used for, needs to be surveyed by archaeological professionals. A service has been offered to you for free, and we should take advantage of it. I'm glad that you did look at the reviewing and evaluating your legal representation at tonight's meeting. I think if you do that again openly and with input, it would go a long way in this community. And before any of us were here, Beacon Hill lived, worked, shopped, worshipped. They were here. And it feels like a lack of respect, a lack of collaboration, and a lack of attention to their input. And that would be the biggest example of not listening. And the questions about the podcast and the independent investigation,
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Generally, I would just like to say that there are ways to respect people, listen to what they have to say, and not requiring a vote on how you would fund a very expensive project is the ultimate part.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. Thank you.
Like that first person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Online.
No, it was Catherine Weitzman. You said, or, and Michelle, or April?
No, Catherine was the one who was online. But
You said, Mr. Milton's got a. Right, it's April. Weissman's there?
Ms. Weitzman just needs to
Unmute.
Just unmute.
Say it again. She needs to unmute. See the message. Okay.
Oh.
right.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. So I'm here tonight because I care deeply about the district and this community. Like many families, my husband and I moved to Decatur because of the schools. We made one of the biggest financial and personal decisions of our lives based on the belief that City Schools of Decatur offered something special. And, you know, we chose to move here, invest in this community, and built our lives around the schools. That's why what has happened over the past several years has been worrisome to our family. So the concern is not any single issue. It's the growing sense that everything has become a battle here. In recent weeks, parents have learned through news reports about questions surrounding district connections, concerns regarding podcast and controversy around statements. And these are not minor matters. They raise legitimate questions about judgment, transparency, oversight, and accountability. And frankly, they're questions that should be asked and answered. So what to me has been the most frustrating is that many of us parents often feel like we must rely on journalists, public records, social media discussions, and our own research to understand what is happening, because we're asking reasonable questions, yet we feel stonewalled rather than informed. And that is a problem that should be addressed. Transparency should not require detective work. So what worries me most is the cumulative effect this is having on our community. I hear it from parents, neighbors, teachers. Conversations that once seemed unimaginable are now happening with increasing frequency. Families who specifically moved here for these schools are asking whether or not they should stay. We are doing the same thing. We're having these conversations within our own family, and we're asking whether the district we invested in is still the district we believed in at the time. And to be honest, many of us do not feel this is the same school system. My husband and I moved here because of the reputation for excellence, strong academics, transparency, and a culture of trust between families and district leadership. And that was quite some time ago. I've lived here for 15 years. Today, many of us feel we're fighting for information instead of partnering with the district. At the same time, we cannot lose sight Every student deserves to feel safe, respected, valued at the school. That means Black children, Jewish children, Muslim, LGBTQ, students with disabilities. Asking questions is not an attack on the district. Wanting accountability is not hostility, and seeking transparency is not negativity. These are the actions of people who care enough to remain engaged. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Those are all the speakers.
We would like to, I'm sorry.
I was making sure. You good? Oh, she's back in. Okay.
Hey, yeah, I never left. Sorry, I was having some internet issues. But good evening. My name is April Biagioni, and I'm a member of the Beacon Hill Grassroots Coalition, made up of parents, educators, students, and community members who love this district and expect more from it. And so I just want to spend a couple of minutes asking for some things that we really want to be heard on. And one that is, that 346 West Trinity Place, it's received the Sacred Ground and Historical designation. And that really matters. And that was a big win for us. But we're asking that this board to halt development on that site and find alternatives, including a second independent evaluation of Soulshine by a different evaluator. One opinion on a $22 million decision is not enough. Second, before anything moves forward on that land, CSD needs to partner with the Southeastern Archaeological Conference and the Archaeology of the Community Task Force for a Phase 10 survey. This is standard practice, and skipping it is not efficiency. It's kind of maybe running into something else, maybe negligence. But third, we really want a full independent investigation into some financial practices. Taxpayers deserve to know how public money is being justified and spent. Trust us is not accountability. Fourth, we want to recommit to DEI. We want the district to really make a stance on what that means. It's not just a statement in your vote. So we want to see who gets a seat at the table, and making sure that we have that office back up and established would mean a lot to vulnerable community members who really needed that and really want to still see it, be a part of who we are as City Schools of Decatur. Fifth, I think this board owes the community transparency on land use, on legal spending, on budget decisions. We want a little bit more transparency. I really appreciated, some of the comments and discussion that happened tonight, and seeing if we could, go back to some of these discussions about the ECLC. I think everyone here, including myself and others, are very much in favor of early learning and childhood education, and we definitely support it. But think that it could be, done in a way that can make changes quicker with some existing infrastructure and facilities, especially since we've had a few of those centers that have closed down recently. Six, I think we would love to define what a partnership with the Beacon Hill Grassroots Coalition actually looks like in writing. Like something in process that really brings in the community, and having these discussions and interactions would go a long way, especially for equitable decision making, and not just like a one-time thing, like not a one-off, but like really getting community feedback and interaction. I think will go a long way in building back that trust and transparency. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Not everybody. Okay. We'd like to thank all of the speakers for taking time to be here tonight. As board members, it is important for us to hear the concerns from our community. We will take your comments into consideration. Back up to policy. Okay. Mrs. Lynch.
Chair Salter, I'd like to call on Mrs. Lynch, Chief of Staff, to present 3 policies for second read action.
Good evening once again, Board Chair Fulton, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Smith, and Superintendent Dr. Jean Whitaker. Tonight we have 3 policies on the agenda for action. These policies were all discussed in the work session last month and have been available for public comment. They're all part of minor revisions based on policies that came up through our 2-year policy review cycle. First is policy AFC, emergency closings. No public comment was received on this policy, and no revisions have been made to the version presented last month. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy AFC, emergency closings for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy AFC, emergency closings for second read action? Board Member Arier makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy AFC, emergency closings for second read action. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, this requires a recorded vote. Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Absent.
Absent. Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Arier?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands 4 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it and the motion carries.
Second is policy EEE, wellness programs. One comment was received expressing a hope from this policy for a desire to slow or stop the sale of sugary treats to elementary school kids. This anonymous feedback was shared with staff. However, no changes have been made to the version of the policy presented last month. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy EEE, wellness programs for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy EEE, wellness program for second read action? Board Member Arier makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy EEE, wellness program for second read action. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, this requires a recorded vote. Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Board Member, Vice Chair Utz?
Absent.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Arier?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands 4 ayes, 0 noes, 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it and the motion carries.
Third is policy FDC, naming facilities. No public comment was received on this policy, although some came in as I was sitting there today, so I haven't had a chance to process that and provide it to you as the board. No revisions have been made to the version presented last month. My recommendation would be to let staff look at that comment, share it with you, follow up with the stakeholder as necessary, and then if we need to bring the policy back as part of the policy calendar next year, of course, that's something we can always do. So my recommendation would be, or may I read the recommendation?
Yes.
It is recommended the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy FDC, naming facilities for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy FDC, naming facilities for second read action? Board Member Arier makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. Thank you. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy FDC, naming facilities for second read action. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, this requires a recorded vote. Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Absent.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Arier?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 4 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it and the motion carries. Thank you, Mrs. Lynch. Okay, future dates. An executive session for the purpose of personnel will be held on June 16th, 2026. Dates for the millage rate hearings have changed. There will be 2 millage rate hearings on June 18th, 2026 at 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. There will be a millage hearing at 5 p.m. and a special called meeting at 5:25 p.m. on June 29th, 2026. The next board meeting will take place on July 14th, 2026, only if needed. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 7:09 p.m. Thank you very much.